Tanzania, Mr. Don Dea. Is Mr. Dea online? Good morning. So perhaps whilst we wait for Mr. Dea to tune in online, we could start with the presentations of the panelists who are physically here. Thank you for all who've traveled and made the journey, particularly from outside of Kenya. It's my distinct honor to introduce today's topic, which is the place, the role, and the contribution of civil society organizations in the construction of the rule of law and the building of democratic societies in East Africa. We shall grant each panelist about 10 minutes, and then we shall open the discussion to the plenary for questions, answers, and contributions. And we strongly encourage our delegates from outside of Kenya to share the East African experience with us, please. Okay. I'm told Mr. Dea is online. So I think just for ease of reference, we shall start with Ms. Fulgence Masewe, the Acting Executive Director of Legal and Human Rights Center. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's nice to be here, and it's good to come from Tanzania to share our experience. But for me to put things in perspective and for you to understand the place of civil societies in Tanzania in shaping democracy and rule of law, I should carry you to the background of Tanzanian politics and the governance system. Because if you don't get this background, you will be judged, will be stoned, and will be cast wherever we are going, and be accused we are not doing enough, like our counterpart in Kenya or some other places like Zimbabwe and so forth. Yeah, you know, in the wave of early 90s, we had the transition from single-party to multi-party system. I know most of these countries, including Kenya, that's where we ushered in multi-party. But the only thing which we always confuse when we are talking about introduction of multi-party system in Tanzania, we are failing to appreciate whether Tanzania was a single-party system or authoritarian regime. For using the single-party system, it was the sake of democracy. But for sure, what we had in Tanzania is a party supremacy. And it was clearly preached everywhere. And the party supremacy means what? Party is everything. Party is civil society, party is army, party is intelligence, party is police, party is judiciary, party is everywhere. And in that particular time, for you to be enrolled even into the university, the ID which you are supposed to submit is ID of the party. For you to be employed, you must have the ID of the party. And at the workplace, you must belong to the party wing of that particular working place. So, I was looking at this ICJ 1959. So in Tanzania, there was no civil society, and it was not allowed. So it was not the question of single-party system, but there was no alternative voice in Tanzania. So civil society were not allowed. So whatever you see in Tanzania at that particular time, it was all about party wing. Trade union was a party wing. So the leadership, general secretary, they are nominated by the party. Women counterpart or civil society, the so-called, it was a party wing, UWT. Youth, the same. So everything, it was party. For those even attempted at the beginning to register some civil society, they were registered because they said that they are carrying out political activities, which was banned in Tanzania. And remember, we didn't have Bill of Rights in our constitution. So how can you talk about political freedom or civic space at that particular time while you don't have the Bill of Rights in your constitution? So even formulating in terms of the freedom to associate and to the associate, something cannot be preached about. And that's how we are governed. There was no private media. Anyway, there was no media, by the way. If you say there's no private media, it's as if there was a public media, because the public media was a media propaganda. It was radio and 2 newspapers only. There was no TV, there was nothing. So we are living in the total darkness. So the introduction of civil society in Tanzania, it came with the introduction of multi-party politics in 1992. So for you to break through in this entrenched system as a civil society, to be seen in advocating for democracy, human rights, always people, they see you as a treasoner, as if you are committing treason offense. If for some of you who knows our organization, Legal and Human Rights Center, Tito was working with us, is just left last year. We are seen as a very radical organization, but if I see at ourselves and look at the neighbors, I say we are doing nothing. Literally, we are doing nothing. Because we can issue public statement for whatever happened, we can go to court to challenge draconian law. They see us, how dare are you? People that are even calling you, are you the one who conducted that press statement? How can you do that? Because we were enclosed to the extent that speaking is like an offense. So come to the 1990s, it means with these civil societies which were formed post-multi-party system, they had a lot of work which is still going on. First of all is the legal awareness. Because previously, even the Constitution, you cannot see it. Where do we find the Constitution? Anyway, what the business do you have with the Constitution? The Constitution we can get is the one of CCM, of the party. It was nowhere. If we are seen with the Constitution, what kind of business do you want to overthrow the president? Or do you want to do? What do you want to do with the Constitution? So even it was like, anyway, how many Catholics are here? I'm a Catholic. Catholics holding Bible. It was a no-go zone. We have those misales awaumini. What do you call it? Sunday Missa. Yeah, with those digested books there. So they don't confuse you with going to the big book to read things which are contradicting themselves. So they've sweetened everything on. Similarly, in Tanzania, holding constitution is an offense. So if you are found with constitution, they think, what kind of person are you? What the business do you have against the government? Why are you reading constitution? So legal awareness and legal literacy, it was very low. And remember, the human rights was introduced in our constitution in 1984. And it was never implemented. It was suspended until 1988. And it was not enforced until 1992. So, you cannot separate civil society, legal awareness, legal advocacy, and so forth from the constitutional transformation which we are supposed to be seen. So the big work we've been doing is monitoring accountability, look at judicial functions, parliamentary function, holding government accountable, but advocating for legal reforms. Because what we did, we introduced multi-party because it was a requirement. But did we go back to make the room in order so that it can accommodate those reforms? We still have the party which is still powerful than the government itself. And in Tanzania, they say, zidumu fikra za mwenyekiti. I don't know how to put it. Whatever the chairperson thinks it's right. And who's the chairperson? is the chairperson of CCM, the ruling party. So whatever he thinks, it is right. Whether it is wrong or not is none of your business. And people are expecting at least to see some kind of the free and fair election, while the ruling party itself never conducts the election. They never conduct the internal election, never. They nominate, they bring the name for endorsement. And when the endorsement comes, no one has ever objected because chairperson is right. How can you object the chairperson? So, advocates for legal reforms, it has been our major work, and what has made us very popular because of nature of organization is the number of strategic litigation we've been filing both locally and regionally. We have explored a lot the area of African court and East African court, and in local court. In some extent, we have been successful, and in some extent, even where we lost the case, we have managed to raise some public discussion out there for people to understand what is happening and whether it's right or not. You can lose the case in court but win the mind of the people in terms of bringing awareness. But it comes with a price. Because we are using African court a lot and it is twisted in Tanzania, you go to the court at that particular time, 80% of the cases were coming from Tanzania. And like 90% of decisions rendered by the court were against the government of Tanzania. The best the government they could is to withdraw declaration at Article 34.6 so that you cannot go there anymore. So holding the government accountable and some reaction you are getting, that's how the government retaliate when they see civil society they are doing a lot. So even this Tanzania, they cannot go into streets like in Kenya, just what they are doing. They know how to demonstrate online. And the most popular platform back then, it was Clubhouse. Clubhouse was blocked. You cannot visit, you cannot access it in Tanzania. With the recent uprising between Kenya and Uganda activists, the next victim, it was Twitter. Twitter cannot have access in Tanzania. Telegram similarly, and some other platforms. Tanzania, you cannot access them, just like in China and Iran. So that's how we operate, and thriving as a free society, it is difficult because of the restrictive, but we have been trying to make our voice heard and our presence to be seen, to make sure people are realizing their rights and democratic freedom.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Masewe, on the interventions in Tanzania. That even though there's a long way to go, there is legal awareness, legal literacy, monitoring and evaluation, advocacy, and regional litigation underway, which is encouraging. I would now like to call upon Ms. Patricia Joseph, the Program Manager at Katiba Institute, to share her perspectives, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity and for having us here at this Democracy Forum. It's indeed an honor and also timely. It's a timely conversation when we look at both our historical context and even what is happening now in the current events. Before maybe I go to the specifics of the CSO's role, is just to follow through from what we were discussing yesterday, especially in terms of the operational context in which CSOs are in the East African region. We see commonalities, we see some progress, we see some backsliding. And when we look at the constitution, as I pick from my brother from Tanzania, we have seen progressiveness of constitutions, but we've also seen attempts to change constitutions to consolidate power, and I think Uganda is the one that is a good example. We have also seen attempts to amend the constitution in Kenya previously through the Building Bridges initiative, and if that had gone through, it would have changed how our democratic system looks like in a negative way, and that's why also civil society were part of the of the process to challenge that attempt. Historically in Kenya, we see civil society participation post-independence, and especially during the 1990s when Kenya, after the hyper amendments that were done by the previous governments under the old constitution, that also undermined the civic space, undermined independence of the institutions. The 90s saw a liberalization of the Kenyan context, where we saw a call for return of multipartyism, and when that happened, the pluralism that came about, then that also saw more participation by CSOs. And also the continued push for reforms that gave birth to now the Constitution of Kenya. Civil society bodies were heavily involved in that processes, including even the Ufungamano initiatives, different civil society networks, civil society experts within the reform process. I mean, even for Katiba Institute, our founding also came about as a result of having a new constitution. And then the question was, we have a good constitution, how do we get it implemented? So that we come from a new and a progressive text to creating a constitutional culture. And one of the founders was Yashpal Gai, who was one of the people who led the constitutional review process. I know we had many stages before it brought us here. And coming to today, where we are, we see progress in certain respects, like the regulatory frameworks. Uganda, for instance, it recognizes NGOs in the constitution, but we know that in practice, that is not what we are seeing. In Kenya, we have the Public Benefits Organization Act that was pending for a very long time. It was CSO's involvement that led to this law being enacted. And then for so many years, it stayed without being commenced. And then last year, the president gave the commencement declaration, and it came into force. But then now, later on last year, we saw after the protest that took a lot of center stage in June last year, then some organizations were targeted. And of course, what did they do? They used the PBO Act to say, oh, you have not complied with the registration framework. And that case showed us what can really happen in terms of how regulations can be used against civil society. We have seen also in the region use of laws such as the anti-terrorism laws to curtail how civil societies operate. We have seen how laws on family protection are proposing measures that will curtail how civil societies will work. But the bulk work for us is the constitution remaining in place, because it is that place that gives us an opportunity to do the work we are doing. For Kenya, before we got the 2010 constitution, civil society's participation or influence in change was also limited by the requirement of legal standing, or what the lawyers like to call it locus standi. That if you are not affected by a human rights violation, it was difficult to go to court and to challenge violations on behalf of any group. But now with the 2010 constitution, we now can go to court to challenge any violations, either on behalf of ourselves, on behalf of the specific groups or individuals, on behalf of Kenyans at large. And this is now where I come in to say how we have used the Constitution of Kenya 2010 to really challenge unconstitutional conduct or failure to implement the constitution per the law, or any violations that occur along the way. And the one way we've been doing this strongly in the civil society movement, and this arose yesterday, is using public interest litigation and strategic litigation. We have challenged the government on many issues. I could highlight some based on the current events. We have challenged conduct of the police, on how police has been conducting itself during the protest. They are supposed to identify themselves. The courts have made declarations they should not be going through with unmarked cars or hiding in masks or hiding their identity. Positive declaration. Recently, the attempts to, and not just recently, media shutdowns. Last week, there was a declaration that media should not give live coverage. This has happened in the previous government. We have gone to court to challenge those declarations, and the courts have given positive decisions. Now the question is, even as we look at our operational context, is also the compliance. We have challenged, and this came out yesterday, about representation of women in appointive bodies or also during elective positions. The Constitution gives us the 2/3 gender rule that at a minimum, any appointment should reflect at a minimum a third of one gender. And one thing that has not happened is implementation of that principle. We have seen a commitment by Parliament to realize that principle. But also what we have gone further to do is to go back to court and requesting, if Parliament, for instance, the Constitution is not compliant, then is the Parliament body constitutional? We've also questioned about the role of political parties to help us reach gender representation, that they should also be liable to that rule. Even appointments by the president, for instance, of the cabinet secretaries, there are current cases in court challenging non-compliance. But to go further, what we see now in the context of going to court, we have the position to do that, we have the space to do that, but now the question has been the compliance. There is compliance in some respect, but there's also now that culture of impunity, positive decisions not being implemented. Even at the regional level, through collaborations, we've challenged, for instance, the evictions of, for instance, the indigenous communities, such as the Ogieks, from their community land. That case has there's a good decision at the regional court, but even Kenya is yet to comply. We have challenged, even our partners have challenged issues of internet shutdowns. This happened last year in June, when people could not access internet after the June 25th protest. I think the CSOs also, I think I just have two other issues to provide. Besides promoting constitutional reforms, there is also the influencing policy and legal reforms. We see especially happening when we have laws that are being enacted that are regressive, and Parliament in Kenya has been releasing many laws, and we've been playing catch up because of too much many laws that are not compliant. And even as of yesterday, there's a proposed laws that to regulate demonstrations. There are laws that to challenge security laws amendments, and we have gotten some good judgments from that. Of course, the participation of CSOs in our democracy has been also very strong in terms of oversight, and oversight has been happening either directly with CSOs doing the oversight, and this is especially more relevant today because the oversight institutions and our legal systems have not been working, or they have been captured. Therefore, the role of civil society comes in very strongly to support in the oversight. And also we see increasingly the idea of civilian oversight, where Kenyans themselves now have taken a more proactive role, seeing that Kenyans are now scrutinizing proposed laws in Parliament, scrutinizing budgets, scrutinizing service delivery, scrutinizing procurement processes. That civilian oversight, then the role of civil society also becomes more important to facilitate that civilian oversight by supporting them with both the skills and tools. And also because of where we are in terms of the democratic backsliding, we find ourselves also providing a buffer for the citizens. Because there's now increasing cases of abductions and forced disappearances, malicious prosecution of protesters or human rights defenders, extrajudicial killings. We find that people who are expressing dissent are increasingly facing threats of arrest, and civil society are giving that support with collaboration with, for instance, the Law Society of Kenya, and building solidarity, so that now when these protesters are taken to court, there are people following up. There are organizations supporting with the payment of bail. There are organizations like IMBLU that have been doing the documentation. These organizations like us, Kenya Human Rights Commission, ICJ Kenya, going to court through public interest litigation to again offer that buffer against regression from the constitutional protections, and also challenging any human rights violations and also unconstitutional conduct by government agencies.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joseph. That was a succinct summary of the Kenyan experience, public interest litigation, legislative and policy lobbying, as well as regulatory audits. And the result is that Kenyans are now encouraged to participate more in governance and legal matters concerning the country. Thank you. So I shall now move to Ms. Sheila Muwanga from Uganda. She's with the Foundation of Human Rights Initiative, and she's going to share the Ugandan experience with us, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentine. Again, thank you to ICJ Kenya and the Partners Foundation for inviting us to reflect on democracy trends in our region, but also to pick up some good practices happening. For Uganda, I think it's not so much about what civil society organizations have done in terms of impacting on rule of law and democracy. I think for us it's a settled matter, Michael and Peter. Like there's been so much effort in changing the normative framework, practices, attitudes around rule of law and democracy. But I think the real question is, what tactics can we use that are impactful on the political and the human rights terrain and the rule of law terrain? And for me, that's really my question. Like, what could work, to take us a step forward? If you look at the history of civil society in Uganda, the behavior of civil society in Uganda is very much informed by the different political contexts that we have sort of been through. If you look at the pre-independence, we had, for example, the women's movement, very vibrant in the 1940s, pushing on issues around the right to property through, associations like the Mothers Union, through associations like the Young Women Christian associations, those very Christian, very religious, faith-based organizations pre-independence, which is amazing, and they're still here today. But do we still define them as part of civil society? And for us, that is also the question, that have we sort of ring-fenced civil society to be only us who are registered with the NGO bureau, so who then it becomes or is civil society organizations? Because in Uganda, Mothers Union, Young Women associations were very active in terms of pushing for rule of law, in terms of pushing for participation at the time. Post-independence, we saw civic organizations coming up. Students, trade unions were very active in terms of pushing for respect for human rights, for rule of law. And post-independence, we also saw the emergence of our current president, for example. Students were very active at university and pushing for change, particularly also because Uganda was now going through turmoil, was going through a very bad governance with the Idi Amin and other presidents as well. So that was a very, very difficult times in terms of politics. So we saw the emergence. Faith-based organizations were very, very strong. For example, Bishop, we saw the murder of prominent religious leaders because of speaking out against government. So that is where we also saw faith-based organizations really speaking out against government as part of civil society. In the 1980s, post-independence, is when we saw the coming in of President Museveni, who has been here, I think, 40 years now since then. Yeah, and the president, for me, really is equated to, for ladies, if you've had that boyfriend who you loved so much that you don't even think that he would ever leave you, and then he leaves you, and you're like, hey, he pulls the carpet under you. Even for the men, if you've had that girlfriend, yeah, I'm sure you have, yes, Arnold. So, Arnold, you have. That girlfriend who you're like, will never leave you, has come to say, you know what, I'm going to change your world. Or you had a bad boyfriend, I am changing your world. And that was the message President Museveni brought for us, that fundamental change. And we all embraced the president. And I remember you were young, we're still young anyway now, but we were young and we went to vote and we were active active in the elections and we mobilized for the president. Little did we know that we were mobilizing for somebody who was planning ahead of us, who was entrenching themselves. And the boyfriend pulled the carpet, and the boyfriend has left us. If you listen to Stella Nyanzi, she said she loved President Museveni with all her heart until he pulled the carpet. And so that's, and at that time we had, for example, we had like only 447 NGOs. By 2019, we had 14,000. Because the framework was so open, for associating, for engagement. NGOs were all over the place. Now, today, we have about only 5,000 NGOs because the environment has become so restrictive. Like just registering an NGO, just operating as an NGO is so difficult. Like to imagine, like in our constitution, and one of our panelists has actually mentioned, to imagine that our constitution, in its principles of state policy, recognizes the importance of NGOs. And it says, and I'll read it verbatim, the state, civil society organizations shall retain their autonomy in pursuit of their declared objectives. Imagine. And to think that we cannot be that independent. And they say, the state shall guarantee and respect the independence of non-government organizations which protect and promote human rights. To imagine that that is a principle of state policy, and what is happening now, that organizations are being infiltrated or are being closed. Very many cannot act independently because of state surveillance and hoverance. You will not imagine that this is the same constitution. We have a beautiful chapter 4. We have the Uganda Human Rights Commission, has beautiful powers, powers of court. They can summon anyone. But to think that the commission can now write a directive today and the president's son will respond and say, that is rubbish, and we shall not respond to the directive to release somebody who has been extrajudicially, arrested is saddening. Yeah. We have local standard, Article 50, like you mentioned. Anyone who feels like their rights have been violated or anyone's rights can go to court. Like we have a Human Rights Enforcement Act to pull down and say you can actually enforce your rights from the Constitution. So there's been beautiful normative framework, and it is still there. To think that we have beautiful freedom of expression, and to now worry and say, I can express myself over radio, but I don't know if my right to that freedom will be there after I have left that radio station, is something to really worry about. So, and that is the context that civil society organizations work in Uganda. And what have we done? There's been lots of work that has been done, even during the semblance of an open civic space. There's been lots of work done around policy advocacy, advocating for pro-poor policies. Organizations and NGOs were participating in the poverty alleviation policies in the Ministry of Finance, creating and advocating for gender-sensitive budgets within governments and ministries. There's been the passage of progressive laws prohibiting domestic violence, improving youth employment, fighting corruption, access to information, public order, anti-torture, yo. Like everything you can think about. Like there's been lots of laws, journalists media was vibrant at that time. I think we have over 200, Michael, you remind me, media, like radio stations, from just 1 to like 200, both online but also physical. And yes, 2 minutes, I'm almost done, And there was spontaneous demonstrations, judicial activism, and so on, and I could continue. Legal aid, humanitarian responses, lobbying for at the international community, at the international spaces has been there. But that has been done. Just give me like 5 minutes on and I'll be done. That has been done, and there's been progress. Today, with the increasing authoritarianism, where it's hard, where NGOs are being accused of money laundering, when you oppose constitutional amendments around lifting the presidential age limit, that has already been done. When you oppose lifting the presidential term limits, that has already been done. Organizations are stuck, have been taken to court and accused of big offenses like terrorism, money laundering, and stuck in court, with accounts being blocked, with organizations not able even to operate. There's been lots of pushback, but in terms of tactics for a place where impunity is its name, we have seen migration from tactics that we have used when space was open to zeroing down on very activist tactics. For example, we have one group that I wanted to mention here called the Jobless Brotherhood. Mike, I don't know if you remember that, and David. Jobless Brotherhood, what they've done in this context is they released pigs, yellow pigs, because yellow is the color of the ruling party. So they went to Parliament and released, I think, like 10 yellow pigs. Like Parliament is debating politics, debating anti-whatever. All of a sudden they see yellow pigs coming. And what were these pigs? The pigs were demonstrating the parliamentarians who are fattening themselves while you have these jobless students who have no jobs. So the pigs were really instrumental. Of course, we have heard about Stella Nyanzi and the whole discourse on the digital discourse. Stella Nyanzi had that hashtag, the buttocks, the pair of buttocks. And people were like, my God, this is so off. But man, it raised discussion around the efficacy of the Ministry of Education, the girl child, but also generally government. So there's been lots of work, even in terms of changing of tactics. Strategic litigation. Michael there is always in court, like challenging government on every issue. Yeah, people have challenge government around trial of civilians in court, habeas corpus, present them alive, like very difficult campaigns around the death penalty, around extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances. There's been effort to do that very quickly. There's been hashtags around release Bobby Wine and so on. I wanted to show the one campaign that was really instrumental. Brian, if you could just help me very quickly, and I'm sorry, I'm going to stop. There was a real big campaign on potholes. And the digital space has really helped in terms of transforming tactics and getting leaders to here. If you see that campaign, so somebody was on, and they were drilling potholes in Kampala. To think that you had those potholes in Kampala, and people were showing how you could actually swim in some of those potholes. Just keep going. To think that you had, so that was a digital campaign, like they called it the pothole exhibition of Kampala. You see those people swimming. So to think that you had deep potholes in Kampala and people could swim. I mean, the president had to really comment on the potholes. And by now, there's been a lot of rehabilitation. So there's been lots of movements in terms of tactics to actually address the going political authoritarianism. But the question that we are asking, that people are asking us, and when I say us, it's mainly the traditional civil society organizations. How are we linking with these social movements that are emerging, spontaneously? Are we still relevant, in terms of our activism, for example? Are we too bureaucratic, for example? And does that bureaucracy then serve? Can it work in spontaneity? And that's a question that we are asking. So I will stop there for now. But I think for me the question really is, what tactics are we using to respond to impunity? What tactics are we using to respond to the growing authoritarian regime in Uganda? And does that are they working? Again, we're not losing hope in Uganda. I was speaking to my Ugandan colleagues this morning that it's a day at a time. If we're not speaking out, if we're not acting and going to court and challenging all this, maybe the tide would be different. Maybe the ship would be sinking. So if we continue to speak out, continue to do strategic litigation, we are pouring the water out of the boat. And the boat might have sunk, might be sinking if we don't do that. So whatever little that we do in whatever form, we are keeping the boat from sinking. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Stella. It's interesting to hear how you've pointed out that the digital space is progressing the constitutional recognition of CSOs as pivotal social actors. Thank you. So we would now like to move to our fourth panelist, Mr. Don Dea from the Pan-African Lawyers Union, and he's tuning in from Tanzania online. Mr. Dea, are you online, please?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Excellent. We'll give you your 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize. I had logged on long before you started, and I was busy working in the background, and I did not know that you actually started. So I've missed some of what the panelists said. But I'll try and put this briefly. And to say that in the region, if you look at the larger Eastern African region, it is a very difficult time for East Africans, and indeed for most of the rest of Africa, and a good part of the world. Yet it is also a time of hope. Looking at the region, there's been outright war in Ethiopia, in South Sudan, ongoing even now, in Sudan itself, basically the Horn of Africa, and the Ethiopian war also draws in Eritrea. But there's also been outright war in the Great Lakes region, throwing in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with actions from Burundi, Rwanda, and to a less extent, Uganda. There's continuing terrorism in Somalia, and in the recent past, tensions between Ethiopia and Somalia concerning the semi-autonomous region of Somaliland. But as Sheila was demonstrating just now, even in those countries that are not at outright war, such as Djibouti, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, we're in a democratic crisis. The executive arms of government and the security sector have literally gone rogue, among other things, earning the mantra East African Community of Abductions. In most of these countries, the legislative arms of government have become neutered or compromised and are mostly mere voting machines for the executive and legitimizers of anything the executive does, any executive mischief, ranging from amending constitutions unlawfully and justifiably to enacting laws severely restricting civic space, mostly with the excuse of countering violent extremism. They seem to have forgotten, these legislative arms seem to have forgotten their role of oversight of government and also oversight of the security sector and also oversight of their foreign relations. They seem to have forgotten this completely. Again, in most of these countries, except from some islands of hope, the judicial arms of government have also become complicit in this democratic regression and in this literally looting and raping of citizens, from giving questionable decisions on matters of public law to using the twin tools of delay and proceduralism to effectively thwart justice. And if you just look at the example of Uganda, where recently, a couple of months ago, the Supreme Court gave what was hailed as a remarkable decision, trying to rein in misuse of the military and military courts to try civilians. On the one hand, yes, it is good jurisprudence. On the other hand, they took so long to give it that they literally gave the government free rein to do what it wanted, but then in the end, almost looked good. Again, when you look at our independent institutions, these are the national human rights institutions, national anti-corruption commissions, ombudsman offices, independent oversight authorities, with one or two exceptions, they also have totally lacked rising up to their mandate with sufficient robustness. So they do exist. They do speak from time to time. We do see them on TV or on social media, but no, our life does not change in any way. And many of them also are facing staffing and funding challenges. When you come to the regional institutions that should have consolidated and stabilized our polities, our economies, our societies, they are mostly staggering, poorly staffed, poorly funded, and mostly poorly led, totally lacking leadership. If you look at the African Union, the East African Community, the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, IGAD, the International Intergovernmental Authority on Development. In terms of the economy, it's very remarkable. In most of the EAC countries and the larger Eastern Africa, we are seeing what we call jobless growth. The economies are actually growing, but this is not translating into a better quality of life for the people, especially the young people. We are also seeing corruption and conspicuous consumption by the elite that is approaching stratospheric levels. There seems to be no shame left amongst our elite. If you look at how, for instance, South Sudanese elite are looting from their country and investing in Kampala and in Nairobi, huge mansions and so on, which is where their spouses and children stay, while they kill other people's children in Juba and across the country, It's just total lack of shame. And then, of course, we also have, because of the huge debt levels that we have, inordinate policy control of our economies by the Bretton Woods institutions, such that our governments have very little money left to serve the people, especially to provide public goods, education, health, sufficient infrastructure, and so on. So it's not, in that sense, a happy picture. But the response of the citizenry has been remarkable, and this is what gives us a sense of hope. I know today you asked me and us to speak more about civil society, probably meaning civil society organizations, but I want to take a detour and first speak about the citizen. The most remarkable development of the last few years for me has been the rise of the autonomous citizen, as I call it, exercising her or his citizenship rights and duties in a leaderless, tribeless manner, I would even say institutionless manner, using a combination of the physical streets and the online streets. So this autonomous individual has transcended the CSOs as we know them. They are mostly young people, but they're not exclusively limited to young people. So we have individuals like Maria Sarungi Sehai, a Tanzanian who's in exile in Kenya. People like Stella Nyanzi, which Sheila also referred to, a Ugandan who's now mostly in exile out of her country, and many others who have garnered huge social media followings, an ability to whistleblow, an ability to get information or to investigate, and to have huge convenings on X and in other spaces. So these are very strong development. We also see this autonomous individual utilizing the courts in a very dramatic manner. A good example is Okoiti Mtata in Kenya. So I think one trend to watch is this, and to see how should the citizen of the future be with this level of autonomy and this level of being able to be proactive, and then to mobilize online with fellow citizens and see what to do online and see what to do on the street. But the CSOs, as we know them, have also quite evolved over the last 30 years since the fall of the Berlin Wall. So we have what we call the NGO, but other forms, membership organizations such as ICJ Kenya and so on, which 30 years ago was a small group of people working mostly pro bono to do what they can. Of course, there have been changes in donor funding, spikes and lows, and we think donor funding as we know it is going to radically change. In fact, is in the middle of radically changing. So many organizations we think will actually fold and close up completely. And the more clever ones will find ways of transforming, either merging or changing the shape and form with which they operate. But we've also seen in the last few years a rise of something else that we had over 30 years ago that seemed to have really diminished. And that is the activist academic and the activist academic institutions. So you, for instance, see a lot of action around the Faculty of Law at Kabarak University, holding convenings, doing research, doing publications, partnering with lawyers associations at the national level, at the regional level, at the continental level. So that's a very positive trend. As Sheila has said, we've seen these CSOs, whether operating at the national, regional, or continental level, engaging in massive public education using a variety of ways, digital or otherwise. We've seen them engaging in mobilization of the public, in conferences, workshops, seminars, public forums, and online. We've seen them engaging in strategic litigation and getting more daring in the strategic litigation. So for instance, in places like Nairobi, the amount of economic litigation that's going on now on tax, on public-private procurement, partnerships and procurement, on esoteric ways, on climate, and the intersection of climate and law, and so on. So these are all, I think, things to be lauded. There's a sense in which this has kept us floating and has mitigated the worst that could happen to us, but it's certainly not enough, and at least not enough to rise to the challenges that we're facing, especially of a completely shameless national elite, but even a global elite. If you look at the likes of Trump, the likes of Musk, and so on. So our world is changing radically, and I think we have to continuously transform ourselves to change with it. And I'd really like to go back and finish with the issue of the office of the citizen. How do we get more proactive, more dynamic citizens working in a range of ways that actually cause transformative change. I think the seeds for it are there, but it's about how we harness it beyond what has been done today. Perhaps let me stop there and enable you, Madam Moderator, to democratize the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dea. We appreciate the panoramic perspective of the region and more specifically the charge to us as autonomous citizens to act and cause the change that we want to see as individuals. Thank you. I think I shall now hand back to Cheptum. We shall open it up to the plenary for contributions, questions, or answers. And you can target them at specific members of the panel, if you like. Thank you. Michael?
Thank you so much. My name is Michael. I want to thank the panelists. I have a question to Tanzania. First, I love Tanzania, but Tanzania confuses me. Tito, you'll be fine. You have the seat of the East African Community. You also host the East African Court of Justice. You also host the East African Community. But things are tough. What is it that would take Tanzania to be what we want it to be? Is it a people's revolution? I've had a conversation with the Tanzanians and they tell me socialism and Tanzania and may not cause that. What would it change? What would it take to bring Tanzania to what it's supposed to be? Maybe a radical question. If CMM left power today, would Tanzania be different? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the wonderful panel. My name is Jorge Campos. I'm a Mexican citizen, but a student at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. So my question would like to go back to this question of tactics and civil society and what has emerged after recent decades. And of course, it's addressed to Sheila, but I would like also, if the panel has interest, to leave it open for the rest of the participants. And specifically, I was wondering if you could speak more about the tactics that the Christian right, American Christian right, has mobilized in order to have such a strong influence in a country like Uganda. Because even though that is a form of civil society that we perhaps may not have imagined when we thought that civil society was the way to go, it is nevertheless a historical form that we need to deal with. And it is, I was just wondering if you could speak more to their tactics and what can we learn, because you yourself raised the question of what tactics are we using, what tactics can we come up with. Perhaps it's the time to take them, and I mean the Christian right, take them as a serious example that we need to examine, because they have been successful at a planetary scale, starting from the US, where the recent victory of Trump was interpreted as a popular revolution, as a popular victory. So what could we learn from those tactics, us that are trying to rebuild democracy for our times? Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Jacob Emoit, an LLB finalist student at the University of Nairobi. And my question goes to any of the panelists, especially probably Patricia could answer this one. You mentioned that there's been positive pronouncement from the court, particularly on how police should conduct themselves during protests. Like they are not supposed to mask their faces. They are not supposed to go around with vehicles with no number plates. But the recent demonstrations have shown that they keep on disregarding some of these directives from the court. So clearly the pronouncements are not enough. So what can we do further to make sure that these court orders are actually obeyed? Is it time maybe we go for the police bosses, yeah, in the spirit of command responsibility? Thank you.
Okay, perhaps we can take one more question and then we'll have responses, and depending on the length of responses, then we'll refer to the second table close.
Thank you. Just wanted to value and appreciate the constitutions in your countries that allows you to have public interest cases. In our case in Sudan, it's not allowed at all. If you are not having personal interest in the case, you can't go to the Constitutional Court. And we are fighting and trying to convince women sometimes and the aggrieved people to come for litigation. And we had a very famous case in 2000 when the governor of Khartoum banned women from working in certain places. So we tried to bring women to complain or to go to the Constitutional Court. We managed to establish a very strong case, but you know, the authorities started to influence the women that to withdraw the case. So I started yesterday to think about the ethics, even not to do so. This one thing. I just want to hear more about successful stories that about strategic litigation in your respective countries. So I want to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that question can be fielded by Mr. Masewe on petitioners and interested parties, and you could also probably tackle the first question. And then from there we'll move to Patricia and then to Sheila. And then if Mr. Dea is online, perhaps he can field the questions from the second table. Thank you.
Let me start with Madam Samia's question, if I got your name correctly. I got interested with your name from yesterday. Yes, for some obvious reasons. Yeah, my grandpa's name is Samia also. We don't use it because of stuff. Yeah. In 2020, in Tanzania, through Act number 3, we amended our Basic Rights and Duties Enforcement Act to bar public interest litigation in Tanzania, which was a clear violation of Article 26(2) of the Constitution. Litigants, Tito and the rest, they went to court to challenge that particular provision, the amendment. Because that provision requires for you to file the matter, you must have personal interest, and you are not allowed to sue the president, sue the Attorney General. President is the one who swears that I will abide by Constitution and respect Constitution. If he violates Constitution, he's going to sue someone else. At the High Court, we lost the case. At the Court of Appeal, in the recent decision, reversed the decision of the High Court. They say that the amendment which was done in 2020 was a clear violation of the Constitution. I think that is where we are coming from. We had a similar situation during Magufuli time, which has been reversed by the Court of Appeal. But that goes with Jacob's question again. We don't respect court decision. We have so many good decisions across all regional and national courts, but they've never been respected. And even where the court, the government and the parliament, they've attempted to amend where there is an order to amend a particular law, they've made it worse than what it was before. It's like an overriding amendment that you say you are not allowed to do this, and then you have gone to court, you are successful, then we are given an order to amend that particular law or to repeal it, then we come with something which is worse than what you expected at the beginning. And in some cases, we created bad precedent. With Campos' question, when I was giving background of Tanzania, with no civil society organization, nothing, and party supremacy and everything, the only outspoken group in Tanzania was the Tanzania Episcopal Council, which of Catholic priests and the bishops. They are the one who were the thorn on Mwalimu Nyerere's time. You know what Mwalimu Nyerere did? He went and formed Islamic Council of Tanzania. He supported the Muslims to form there are so many small union of the Muslims. And he formed the one strong, the Muslim Council of Tanzania, which was there to counter the Catholics. So at the end of the day, it became the religious issue and not the national issue. So when the bishops comes out and talk about like what they are doing in Congo, even recently, they've been outspoken, and recently the Secretary General of Tech was attacked in the public. They wanted to kill him, I think. They are the one who have been very outspoken, and they don't have sides. About Michael, can I tell you the funny thing about CCM? CCM was not registered even. When we introduced multi-party system, the Political Parties Act, it gave the special provision that they recognize the existence of CCM. So all other parties are registered, but CCM is never registered. And the CCM with the Soviet model which they've adopted, I think they are there to stay, because they own everything. So how can we bring it down? There must be a conflict within the party to contradict itself to the extent that it collapses from within. I don't know what is happening in America can be the same. I'm sorry to give such example. So when you grow so big and you reach to the extent that you contradict yourself from within, that's the only thing which can bring CCM down. But CCM has benefited a lot from intelligence services, has benefited a lot from police and the state apparatus in protecting itself. So whenever you hear anything good in Tanzania, it must be associated first with the president, second with the party, and not about the taxpayers and not about the government. So it's the CCM which delivers. So for us, CCM, Tanzania is seen as a peaceful country. I don't know if the details are hidden in Kiswahili. I don't know. We are not talking. Very few people know much about what happened in Tanzania. Like there was a time we talk about Magufuli. In some places, and the people were confused. Which Magufuli are you talking about? Because they used to adore him like Thomas Sankara of the new era and so forth. But is there someone who was in disregard of constitution? He didn't care about anything. And Nyerere became very good president after the retirement. All good things we are hearing about Nyerere, there are things which were happening after his retirement. And there are so many people say in Tanzania, whenever they retire, they become wise. You remember the public lecture which given by Tundu Lissu in Makerere University? Go and listen to it. That's the purely Nyerere. So the Nyerere legacy is still living within us. And where was the one who built the system that kings does no wrong. Zidumu fikra za mwenyekiti. Yani whatever chairperson says, it is right, and no one can contradict it, or no one can challenge it. So that's you've been living. So it will take some time. Hopefully, we know nature can take place for human beings, but for the party itself to collapse, it must come from within. Because CCM it's large to the extent it even infiltrates the opposition. So you see some conflict within the opposition. They've been sponsored by the ruling party to make sure that if we are strong in this election, you won't see the next election as strong as you were in the previous election, so long as you are the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Masewe. We shall now move to Ms. Joseph regarding the query on enforcement of court orders. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think the idea of seeing non-compliance with court orders is also manifestation of the culture of impunity, not just even with the police. There have also previous regimes that have not obeyed certain court orders. But to give an example now with the police conduct, we are also thinking of how then do we get public officials to be more accountable, because the main challenge, even with what is happening in our country and the region, is lack of accountability for unlawful actions or human rights violations. In Kenya, there has been recent progress towards getting leaders, the heads of, for instance, police institutions to be held liable for actions of their police officers. And there's a recent judgment to that effect where the court said that the Inspector General of Police could be held liable, personally liable, for unlawful actions of police officers under his command. And that is now a principle that we hope to see it being actively applied. When enforced disappearances also happen and court issues summons to the Inspector General, it is also in that regard that we can't expect a public or a head of the police service to come and say we do not have this person in custody when there's evidence that those people went to a person's house and took items, and that's when the person disappeared. It's not even enough for police to come and say, like we saw with the DCI, the Director of Criminal Investigation, saying that they do not have a missing person in custody. That is an abrogation of duty, because it shows that the duty is not only to investigate but also to provide protection. So denial of knowing a person's whereabouts does not remove that responsibility. And then thirdly, there's also the idea of holding people personally liable for their actions. Like police officers, even in their individual capacity, cannot hide under the police surveys. I was enforcing orders from above. You have no duty to implement unlawful orders. And recently, even yesterday, when the CS for Interior made those remarks about telling police if anyone approaches a police station, you can shoot. The public outcry was on the one hand. Even now, there's a court case in court that now seeks to cite him for those remarks. Why? Because it's an unconstitutional action. It violates the rights. And then also, one of the things it's also asking is that he formally retracts at his own cost. That is now a personal cost to their actions. Even the case that said that the Inspector General of Police could be held liable, at the end of that case, the court said that the Inspector General bears the personal costs of the suit. So that now people stop hiding about that. If the courts award damages and taxpayers still pay those damages, then there is no accountability. But now introducing the personal cost might actually see something. And we saw it even with the order of the statement made by the CS for Interior. Some police officers came out to say, you will not defend us. We know that when push comes to shove, the person who shot is one who is going to be in court, because there's that realization of a personal cost for unlawful actions. And then maybe just an addition to the questions of the tactics and strategies, maybe I just have a small voice to add to that. I think we are looking at the idea of how to build democratic resilience in the wave of all these regressions of either the country level, regional level, and then of course now the global factors. We see it in Kenya as well, about the influences of the rights movement. Why? Because Kenya has also, a section of lawmakers led by Kaluma has been leading this conversation about introducing a family protection bill. There is obviously support. Those influences, as we saw in Uganda, are also here. Kenya hosted a family symposium, I think a month ago, and we saw after that how people were targeting, making certain remarks about the work supporting the rights of sexual minorities, for instance. So we see that people saying it's not an African culture and all that, but the Constitution protects everybody. So the presence of those tactics are there. And those, even the rights movement influences are there in Kenya, because we've seen a section of leaders making public sentiments. I remember when Donald Trump made a comment about what is gender, saying it's just male and female. Even the president of Kenya made a remark to say, yeah, we do agree. But also, our law has also said the intersex should be protected as a group. So you see the president not even seeing what the Kenyan law says is really quite sad. And when it comes to the strategies, I think our work then in terms of the civil society is also to having foresight about what's coming. And sometimes you can see this. Before even, for instance, before we went to the amendment of the constitution attempts previously, you could see if there's a handshake, you could see how this handshake will be implemented, because it comes with ideas of wanting to divide power between the ruling party and the so-called opposition. I think our tactics will shift to the point of now maybe leveraging on the idea of the grassroots movement who have been doing the work from the word go. Even our work at the national level, we are not divorced from the lived realities of grassroots movement who influence how also we work. And the idea of, for us, for me, it's a moment that we have now with the young people and individuals harnessing that opportunity of not maybe engineering what is there, all those organic movements, but harnessing where we have the point of convergence. I think also in Kenya, CSOs work with a model of sometimes there's collaboration with state actors, sometimes you just can't collaborate. I think there has to be consequences of where government agencies want to benefit from CSO collaborations, but they also do not want to meet the end of the bargain. I think we have to introduce a cost to that from this other side of the people from where we stand. I think now the idea of now the rights movement, I think civil society in Kenya can see, and we can also see what it will mean for the work of CSOs. It actually, if there's a family protection bill, if you look at what is available in the public space, there are limitations that will come from that will create closure of civic space, targeting of individuals, and even the work of civil society and donors, because it also makes propositions about money that is foreign funding that supports certain interventions. And seeing that, we can also look at it broadly in terms of what does protecting our space in terms of building resilience look like. It's also looking at those influences of movements that actually have negative impacts on our democratic space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response, Ms. Joseph. So now we shall move to Jorge's query about the stronghold of certain religious organizations in Uganda. And then I think we're running into the tea break, so we'll have one more contribution from the lady at the second table, and then I think Antoinette, just 1 minute each, and then I think we shall break for tea shortly thereafter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Valentine. I think that she mentioned it, the Christian right, the strong grassroots, the entrenchment at the grassroots level. I think I find that really powerful, and very organic movements at the grassroots level with organic structures. That has really empowered the Christian right to continue to work from that perspective. And the voluntarism is amazing. Yeah, many times we, the structured NGOs, are very much accused, of following the money, being business-minded and so on and so forth. The voluntarism within these structures is also something to look at. I know that there's been backing also with very strong movements outside Uganda with lots of money, but the organic Christian right has very voluntary spirit that we need to also continue to learn from. I think the value clarification across the board, the Christian right is value clarified. It's human right, if it's human, and sometimes unlike the human rights movement. The human rights movement is not homogeneous. There are certain human rights that are actually not human rights. No, that one is not a human right. The Christian right is clarified on the value system, on their values and value system. How clarified are we in our value system? The consistency, I think it's something to also pick up on with the Christian right. The question, Samia, on locus standi, Article 50, that article is a very beautiful article because it allows anyone to approach court. But, Michael, it assumes a certain ecosystem that even as you go to court, Sheila, I probably not able to go to court. I need a lawyer. I need a Michael to interpret my case, to file my case. I need some money to give to Michael, to pay Michael. So that locus standi assumes that the citizen is able financially, but is able to afford the lawyer, or that you have a legal aid policy in place which will support and provide legal assistance to anyone who needs that. So in the absence of elements of an ecosystem that would, this article might not thrive or stand alone, if there are elements in the ecosystem that are not actually working. The same thing with strategic litigation, very beautiful. And many people, and Dawn has alluded to that, many lawyers, organizations have taken public interest cases to court, and with telling results. But that provision also assumes a certain ecosystem where you have a judiciary that is activist, understands the human rights issues, but also you have a judiciary not bogged down by financial resources, limitations. Yeah, you have a judiciary that is going to be expedient and fast. We've seen cases in Uganda where cases of torture have been taken to court, and they spend in court 5-6 years, and by the time the ruling is made or delivered, the torture victims have died. That there is compensation, but to who now? The victims have passed on because of the torture. So they are very good provisions. We've had very good judgments, but they assume a certain ecosystem. They assume that the post-court work will not be impossible, that the rulings will be enforceable. But the enforcement is so tough, it's so expensive for an ordinary person sometimes, and even for NGOs like us. Yeah, you have a donor giving you money for 1 year, 2 years for strategic litigation. After that, the case still is going on. You have no money. You have to return the money. USAID has said stop work order. What happened? So there are all those challenges also, regardless. But yeah, it's a good tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. I wish we had more time, but we'll see tomorrow. I would like my colleague okay, you've got a microphone. And then I think your query shall be addressed by Don Dare, who's online, and he shall have the parting shot. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Anne from the Election Observation Group, ELOG. Don can answer this, and also maybe Masewe can chip in. When Mama called us Watundu na wakosa nidhamu, it wasn't so good coming from this side, because the history of Tanzania has been a history of safe refuge for the African continent. And we can see what was happening in the apartheid regime in South Africa, and how Mwalimu Nyerere was able to give safe passage. I didn't hear any of you speak about the Warioba Commission and the things that were spoken about the progressive of the Constitution and how it was supposed to change. Quite a number of good things that were proposed in that commission. Not seen anything come to light. Is it a good time maybe to reflect, or also to re-speak about what was spoken in the Warioba Commission?
Okay, is Don online, Mr. Dare?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Just a few quick things, and to start with what Anne has just said, to emphasize whether it's the Warioba Commission or whether it's other work done by civil society, that Tanzanians, and many Tanzanians, are fighting very hard to try and transform their country. That many times is lost on the rest of us in the continent, mostly because they conduct the majority of their affairs in Swahili. And like for us Kenyans, even though we did 8 years of compulsory Swahili in school, we usually can't stand more than 3 minutes of Swahili or read more than a page of Swahili. So there's a lot that we're missing. Maria Sarungi Sahai has a Thursday evening X debate, and sometimes there are up to 10,000 Tanzanians and they speak very robustly about what the change they want for their country. So let's continue offering each other solidarity. And that also comes to the question asked by the Sudanese sister, that how do we help countries where the rule of law system doesn't work or where it has been completely manipulated and operationalized against the citizen? I think there's a great role for leveraging solidarity, regional solidarity, continental solidarity, international solidarity. And where our colleagues can't speak within their own country, we provide for them platforms where they can speak outside their country. The Banjul Forum, the NGO Forum, and the NGO activity around the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has been a great site for solidarity. At the very least, you listen to your colleagues, you hear what they're going through, and you hear the advice or the recommendations on what to be done. And then we take these many times to the special mechanisms, the various country rapporteurs, special rapporteurs, and so on, both in Banjul and in Geneva. In country, and Nairobi has been very good for this, for our Sudanese colleagues, for our Ethiopian colleagues, holding events, art, music, dance events, poetry, spoken word, where Sudanese, Ethiopian artists, and so on, who are in exile in Kenya can actually speak to us. Candlelighting ceremonies to let them know that we're thinking of them. PAD was part of setting up Africans for the Horn of Africa, an initiative that has a number of continental level Pan-Africanist organizations purely for this. I think that's very important. On the question that the Kenyan gent who spoke first asked that what would it take to get Tanzania to lead? The Tanzanian leadership that we currently have, and I think Fulgens has made this point over and over again, is incorrigibly unable to provide ideational leadership or moral leadership to the continent at the moment. They are not able to. Neither is Kenya, for instance, the apex political leadership in Kenya, neither is Uganda, and so on. So it is a very difficult time where we don't have iconic leaders of the ilk and of the stature of not just the Kwame Nkrumahs and so on, the Nyereres and so on, or the Thabo Mbekis and so on, or the Obasanjos and so on, who made us move from the OAU to the AU and dragged us in kicking and screaming. We rarely have that kind of apex political leadership now. So let's look for our own heroes. Let's look for ideational leadership, moral leadership elsewhere. Our Brian Kagoros, our Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's, our Femi Kutis, and so on, and let us water our own continental and international solidarity movements with them as our icons. The question on the American right, the American Christian right, the American Christian right have used a lot of money. It is just bribery, what they're doing to these MPs, one per country, in Uganda, in Kenya, in Botswana, in Namibia, and so on. It's money. It's money and business class tickets and visas to go to the US and a lot of research support and so on. But we don't have to counter money with more money, especially not corrupt money. We cannot outmatch corrupt money right now. But there are things we could do. We should expose them. Expose those Christian right movements, expose the leaders that are championing this, and so on. And then also learn from our own Gen Z. One of the things that I really liked about the Kenyan Gen Z last year when they were protesting, when they were prosecuting their movement, is that they reached out to their heroes. They reached out to the celebrities, and they were demanding, they're saying, we are on the street, we've been giving you money. We are on the street, where are you? We want to see your statement on your social media. We want to see you on the street with us, and we want you to donate to our causes. So we actually inverted, the order where it is not us begging the donor, but it's the citizens demanding that you must put money in the things we consider important. And I think if we followed now Kenyan, African celebrities and African high net worth individuals with that mindset, with that posture, then we'll be able to fund a lot more of our own struggles and not just rely on our colleagues from the global north. My final point will be on the question Jacob asked around the police and security sector misbehavior. And I would like us to be very audacious on this. It is not normal what we're being put through. It is completely abnormal. And we must react to it with very, very audacious moves. I think countries like Kenya have now moved to the stage where we should more systematically deploy calculated civil disobedience. If the police are blatantly breaking the law, why should we listen to them? Why should we be party to it? So I think we need to do things like revisit the architectures of our homes and of our offices to be able to lock people in when they come in an unlawful manner. You don't fight them, but you lock them in and you say you must identify yourself. You must follow the constitutional provision that you show us your ID, and then you must identify whether you have a search warrant, an arrest warrant, and you must tell the person that you want to arrest in a language that we understand, why they're being arrested, and say exactly where they're being taken. Citizens are doing it. Even in Tanzania, we've seen citizens surrounding a car and completely stopping an arrest that was unlawful. We saw the city hopper that tried to block the road outside Chaka Road to try and stop Maria Sarungi Sehai from being unlawfully abducted. I think we should do more of this, and we make it known to the police and to the government that until you reform, this is what we'll be doing. I think we should look at filming crime more robustly. Can we take drones to protests? And can we notify the police that we'll be on the streets and we will have our drone with us so that it is known? Can we use the satellite? And can we go further to individualize the cost of non-compliance, both with the senior officers under command responsibility and with the foot soldiers that we can identify, as Patricia said earlier? I really like, for instance, last week, the fact that one Kenyan lawyer has now taken the deputy president and also the cabinet secretary for the interior, both of whom are lawyers, to the advocacy disciplinary committee for statements that have made that are inciting the breaking of the law, yet their officers of court by dint of being admitted to the bar. We need many more actions like this, not just in the regular courts, but in any tribunal or any body that should be useful. The ombudsman has been largely quiet in the events of the last 1 month. Why? What can be taken there? The National Cohesion and Integration Commission. How do we go under ethics provisions for certain public officers to be declared ineligible to hold public office for not meeting the Chapter 6 requirements, despite the challenge that we got from the Supreme Court? So I think, and also for the lawyers, I think it is now time to incite the courts to develop the exclusionary rule. The legal principle that evidence obtained illegally or through unlawful actions by law enforcement be declared inadmissible in court. If we consistently challenge our courts to throw out cases that have been brought about due to unlawful action, and also to hold these officers of the DPP who signed shady charge sheets, hold them personally accountable, increase the cost of non-compliance, we get very far. And I end with a challenge to the ICJ Kenya members. You have outsourced your agency to do things too much to the council and the secretariat. We are a membership body of lawyers who took membership because we are passionate about the rule of law and human rights. So let each of us take a case and run it, whether from our law firm, whether you are an in-house counsel, whether you are where. The work is a lot, but if more of us are doing it, like that young lawyer who's taken just a single case of me, I'll do one case at the Advocacy Disciplinary Committee. Even just more robust use of the court and legal processes and challenging Parliament may move us forward. So the challenge is on each and every one of us. Each one take one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dea. That's a good note on, but I'm told there's just one more contribution within 1 minute.
Awesome.
And then we shall take a recess for tea.
Okay, my name is Joe Mwangi, the Advocacy and Litigation Manager at the Greenbelt Movement. My question is directly to Patricia. They are our allies, especially in litigation. And I know one of the hardest things we've had is that majority of these organizations that are handling litigation in bulk, we've developed a lot of litigation fatigue because we are really spread. Our organization majorly deals with conservation. So any violation of human rights that touch on conservation, we all lose in court. So as we speak, we have more than 15 suits. So because of this regime, they've learned that nothing is happening. So they've decided to actually budget for litigation. And in the process, what we've seen is that you're having budgeted corruption. Majority of these big wig law firms are actually surviving because of CSOs suing. So as much as that we are trying to tame the government, we've also opened up a market, like a shop, for these bigwigs to survive. So I'd like to understand from you, what do you think we need to do going forward? Because yes, out here people feel like you're really working hard, we are being in court, but you're also perpetrating corruption in a big way. Secondly, I also want to understand how else can we really actively engage the citizens? Because I feel that as much as we're winning in court, if these people are not really connected to the goal and what you're doing, then it's all in vain. And finally, is it time that the CSOs really thought deeply about how we can deeply collaborate? Because the last 2 days, I've realized that all of us, if at all unite and give all our energies, then we can achieve more. Asante.
Thank you. Some of them are hard questions. But let me begin backwards on the idea of collaboration, which might also help us to answer even the initial question. Yes, we are definitely collaborating, because already even some of the cases we actually work directly together with like partners from like Greenbelt. And I feel you when you say about the fatigue. In fact, yesterday I think I was having a similar discussion with someone that we are almost being fatigued to suppression, to the point where you can't keep up, you can't respond to everything, even not only with cases, but even what is coming out from Parliament. We are here to even look at what is coming from counties. Even the idea of the consistent and compliance, it could be a strategy to fatigue us to suppression. So part of it is what Njeri was reminding us yesterday, that we really have to keep going on. And we are not at a point of, for me, I'm looking at the hope, because the opportunities are also there. We learn from our predecessors, the Njeris. Even what Don is saying, there is so much opportunity from even the young people and the citizen. Now, coming to now the idea even of the suppression, we, even as your experts in the environment, and we do a lot in strategic litigation, we are working with different networks. For instance, all the cases that we are doing on police accountability, it's not just Katiba or Kenya Human Rights Commission or IMLU, there's a whole group of the police reforms working group. There's a day we filed 2 petitions in a day. You can imagine the back work, the back end work that was happening. Someone was even joking that people must not be sleeping. And yes, people must not be sleeping. We can't get tired of doing what we need to do. So even it's an issue of even having hope that because we have won and we have seen the strides we are making with what we have, then we stay on that. Yes, and that you've asked a very good question about, and then even the idea of the individual citizens. Look at the Adani case in Kenya, for instance. A whistleblower gave information to a Kenyan who is outside the country. And that information, we started tracking it very early, because we don't have a whistleblower's law. But when it became a public discourse, to the point where there's a motion in Parliament, in Senate, then already there's a public record, a reliable public record of that. Then out of that, there's a petition in court. So the citizen is doing what he did out there. He faced multiple lawsuits. I'm sure if it was in Kenya, the risk would have been higher. But now, other players coming on board to file that case now in court. The same way we are going to with an environmental cases. And I know we are in court and then we see they are still cutting trees in the forest, and it's quite heartbreaking, but now we have to keep on making noise. And I think here is when you say we work with people on the ground, it's people who take walks, for instance, to Karura, who will come and say they are actually cutting trees. You may be in the office or in court because of the workload, but you're connecting with the people on the ground. People who live in the farms outside Nairobi, they are telling you this forest is being invaded. And we've seen this active citizens building up into now the national level litigation. Now coming to the idea of the budgeted corruption. And this is where we keep seeing the accountability. Yes, we sue the state, and then there'll be damages, for instance, and then, of course, the state will be told to pay, but that is also a cost coming from the taxpayers. So it's like we are paying for sins being committed. It's almost defeatist when you think about it, but no, we are not defeated. I'll take it back to also the idea of the institutionalizing personal liability and personal accountability. If a violation is because of somebody just disregarded the law, then they should not just benefit from that. When you talk about also the role of other players, there's that idea of corporate liability. I think even LSK, for instance, would be having its own conversations about lawyers who are perpetuating these things. It's also in the same arena that even some members of the Law Society have proposed. Can we have people disbarred from being members because they no longer represent the ideals of the professional body? So if there's a corporate liability arising from also that kind of representation, then I think certain questions need to be asked, because I know what it means. And these questions have been also asked in terms of when government agencies who have the Office of the Attorney General too, and many advocates behind that office to defend suits against the government, why are we also doing this crazy expenditure by also hiring private law firms? I think that question needs to be asked, because why do we have government lawyers who are actually also not in court to represent the government legitimately, or maybe because there's already a suit in court? So there is that. Then finally, on collaboration, I think we will continue diversifying the collaboration. One, when there's a democratic threat to individuals, then we thrive in numbers. That's why you'll find that PIL is not just green belt, but there are so many other people behind you. They say, or you find there are so many petitioners, could be CSOs or other interested parties. That's part of movement. And I think we can also crystallize on the movement building that's already having the individual citizens, as well as now the grassroots movement. For instance, I know Mathare's Social Justice Centers has cases in court. It's a grassroots-led case in court, so that it's not one person who is doing it. And we just say we shall not be silenced by exhaustion. I think, and then I think the thing we've been saying also in the sector, when we think about the civil society movement, even the well-being is a conversation about resilience, the well-being of people who are in the movement, so that we don't exhaust Greenbelt because of too many cases, but also have us as support mechanisms. And I think different networks in the civil society sector are leading even certain conversations about well-being. Thank you. I hope I have attempted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the resounding gong is that we have to act as individuals and not just rely on the CSOs. There's so much to digest and process, and hopefully we'll have another plenary either this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon if there's time, so we can hear more contributions from around the region. So I'm going to hand over to Cheptum before we take a break. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much to our panelists. I think we can have a photo with the panel before they leave.
Mimi si muimbi. Nimeshikishwa handi. Hatuwezi band. So karibuni tena for a second session. Si tumekunywa chai, we have taken our breakfast. Tusimame kidogo. Mi sitawaambia to stretch. We say you listen to the message and not the voice. Sindio, tusimame kidogo. Kidogo. Mwana atanisaidia, Mwanaidi.
Viva wananchi, viva. More power to the people, more power. Aya, si wimbo ngumu nzenye mmesikia tu kwa street, si ndio? So najua tuko na machopi hapa. Mtanisaidia kuimba hii wimbo. So it goes like this. Songeni, 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 songeni tujenge Kenya mpya. Songeni, 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 songeni tujenge Kenya mpya. Oh. Aya, tunaweza sema Afrika mpya, si ndio? Ndio isimamie kila mtu, si ndio? Aya, tujaribu ya mwisho. Songeni, 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 songeni tujenge Afrika mpya. Unaweza count, sawa? Wa vijana wa Afrika, tunyesheni mapambano, tutengeneze jeshi la mageni, tujenge Kenya mpya. Hatutaki ubinafsi, endesheni mapambano, tutengeneze jeshi la mageni, tujenge Afrika mpya. Fukuza Zakayo huyo, endesheni mapambano, tutengeneze jeshi la mapinduzi, tujenge Afrika mpya. Hatutaki ukabila, endesheni mapambano, tutengeneze jeshi la mapinduzi, tujenge Afrika mpya. Na wamama wa Afrika, fuata nyayo za Michelle. Hatutaki ukabila, endesheni mapambano, tutengeneze jeshi la mageni, tujenge Afrika mpya. Are you ready for socialism? We are ready. We are ready for socialism. We are ready. Mko tayari? Mko tayari kwa mapambano? Tuko tayari. Tuko tayari kwa mapambano. Tuko tayari. Are you ready for socialism? We are ready. We are ready for socialism. We are ready. Mko tayari. Tuko tayari kwa mapambano.
Thank you so much. It's going to be an interesting session, right? So good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, comrades in the struggle, good morning. It's an honor for me to moderate this session today, and because this conversation is quite important. And this conversation sits at the very heart of Africa's democratic journey. Across the continent, elections have become ritualistic, held regularly, but too often lacking in credibility, participation, and meaning. We've mastered the art of ticking boxes, registering voters, setting up polling stations, announcing results, yet many citizens still feel excluded, unheard, and unsafe. So the question before us today is a bold and urgent one. How do we move beyond procedural democracy to achieve substantive democracy? How do we ensure that elections in Africa are not just periodic power contests, but true instruments of the will of the people that are anchored in fairness, inclusivity, and transformative governance? Today, I will be joined by a brilliant panel of individuals who have worked at the front line, who have worked at the front line of elections, policy, governance, and civic organizing. And together, we will interrogate the gaps, confront the contradictions, and hopefully chart a path forward for African democracy that work for the people, not just for the powerful. To begin with, I'll start to introduce Ruth Makudhu. Ruth has played a key role in shaping electoral reforms in Kenya and has participated in high review of political laws in Kenya. She has also been part of the civil society movement, and Ruth has been able to drive critical legal reforms that have impacted candidate selection, party finance, and democratic integrity in Kenya. Help me appreciate and welcome Ruth Makudhu. I will introduce also Tito Magoti. Tito is a seasoned human rights lawyer from Tanzania and has worked with the Legal and Human Rights Center and has worked with other several organizations in the space. Tito has paid the price of being in this space. Tito has been persecuted, detained, and over alleged crimes for raising his voice in Tanzania, tied to his online activism. Tito is an institution, for those who know him. And he has been held under questionable charges. And Tito is an alumni of the Human Rights Center. Please help me appreciate Tito. Joining Tito and Ruth will be Michael Aboneka, who is a constitutional and civic space expert. And Aboneka has emerged as a thought leader in the space in the recent days. Please help me appreciate Michael Aboneka. Finally, we have Brenda Isabel. Brenda is a specialist in governance and electoral systems. Brenda currently serves as the senior elections and governance specialist at Elgia. Please help me welcome Brenda. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you for making time for this panel. Right into it. I'll give each and every one of you 10 minutes to speak to what you had prepared on this very topic. and then we'll proceed with the questions. We'll start with Ruth. Karibu sana, Ruth.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I like her from Uganda. She's so jovial. Yeah, please keep it up. I'm happy to be here, and I'll be honest and say that I slightly over-prepared for this. So 10 minutes won't cut it, but I'll try and cut down my presentation. I know some of you might know me, so I'll just allow me to be honest and say that I do work for the EMB of Kenya, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, as the manager, legal reforms, political parties liaison, and campaign financing. However, I am here as an ICJ member, not on behalf of my boss, okay? So, yes, I just wanted to let that be stated. Now, I'll start with a quote. It's a quote by Leo Tolstoy that says, "Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing himself." All right? So I felt that it was a good quote because what we are discussing is about change and so many things that we want done. I'll start by stating that across Africa, the practice of democracy has largely centered around elections, offering citizens the opportunity to shape the future of their countries. It is envisioned that every electoral process reflects people's aspirations and the progress of democratic institutions. While some countries have built strong traditions of peaceful transitions, other countries continue to refine their electoral systems to enhance transparency, inclusivity, and national unity. Case in point is Botswana and Zambia. To make elections in Africa truly democratic, regular, free, fair, simple, credible, and transparent elections, there is need to go beyond mechanisms of just voting and build systems that earn public trust and deliver real representation. So I'll skim through this. I had gone into the historical context of colonial legacies and contemporary electoral systems, but I don't think that we'll have time to go through that. However, I'll just highlight something that Mamdani states, that the roots of many African political challenges can be traced back to the colonial rule. Colonial administrations established centralized governance structures that prioritized control rather than participation. Could that be the challenge that we have inherited as Africa? Could that be? So I also want us to look at democratic experiments and emerging models. Now, despite those historical constraints, African nations have demonstrated encouraging progress towards substantive democracy. I'll start with Ghana. Most of us know Ghana in terms of its election process. We use their case law, we use everything. In fact, what IBC did was to borrow largely what their electoral or their legal framework provides. It shows a symbol of peaceful electoral transitions and effective electoral commissions. In South Africa, the post-apartheid constitutional framework combined with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission helped rebuild civic trust and institutional legitimacy. This is similarly what we used post the 2007 electoral violence in Kenya that spurred critical reforms, particularly electoral governance, judicial independence, which have greatly improved the credibility of electoral processes. Senegal similarly has done certain things to institute national change. These cases illustrate that when citizens are engaged and institutions are resilient, democracy thrives beyond the ballot box. Makofi? There's also aspects that I looked at persistent challenges to electoral democracy. The first one is public trust. We sing every so often about public trust. And I did look at Afrobarometer survey of 2023 that states that public trust in democracy is declining in Africa in a very high rate. So there's a show of growing dissatisfaction with democratic institutions across multiple countries. What are we going to do about it? In addition, African electoral commissions and judicial systems frequently lack the independence and authority to enforce democratic norms. Additionally, there is minuscule inclusion of marginalized groups, the youth, women, persons with disabilities, ethnic minorities. When I look at our party list system that we use, the proportional representation, the way it is developed, it is based on a political party's interest, not necessarily the interest of those that get into the list. So what else can be done for purposes of ensuring that there is fairness when that is done? Now, I looked at also strategies for advancing substantive democracy. And the first thing that I looked at on is the institutional independence. What is independence? We talk about independence, but what is independence? My personal view is that independence is money. When you don't have money, you're not independent as an institution. Because as a public institution, you get your money from the taxpayers, which is allocated by the National Treasury. Judiciary has the same, but they have a judiciary fund. IBC in Kenya is meant to have an IBC fund, but it has never been implemented since that law came into force in 2012. We have tried, it has never seen the light of day. So what else do we do? The second thing is voter education and civic education, which should be prioritized to foster political literacy and democratic values among citizens. When you look at the World Bank report of 2022, Kenya's literacy levels have incredibly increased to 82.88%. But when you look at other countries that have 100% literacy levels, we have a long way to go. Finally, on that, there is need to provide sufficient resources to facilitate EMB processes. As we speak, there is a challenge in terms of resources. I know this is a touchy subject when it comes to monies in elections, but I would like to ask us, we normally talk about India, we talk about Mexico, we talk about US, we talk about Rwanda. We compare ourselves with jurisdictions that don't have the same electoral system as Kenya. So it cannot be the same, and we cannot use those ones as benchmarks for purposes of declaring or discussing finances in Kenya. Number one, we have our young people in this room. Would you work for IBC for free? Those 5 days, would you work for free? Most of these countries, you find that it is they either volunteer or it is government employees that are deployed to those stations. Now in Kenya, I dare ask, would you trust government, other from mainstream government, to come and work for IBC? The teachers used to be our presiding officers, now they are not, all right? So it is a question of, we need to look further and look at our own system and see what it is that we can do for purposes of enhancing inclusive participation and also trying to enhance our integrity in terms of our election process. There's something else I wanted to discuss, the political parties as well. I'll give you a guess. How many political parties do you think we have? Quickly, I don't have time. How many? How many? Huh? 15? Another try? Just one more try? Yes? Sorry? 85. We have 91 political parties as at last month, but there are 2 political parties that have joined, so maybe it's 93. When you compare with the world statistics, you'll find that not many countries have the number that we have in Kenya, and largely in Africa. What does it say about our systems? All right? I'm trying to finish, I know, before he comes. The engagement with the media, free press. In 2022, our late chairman, Wafula Chebukati, requested the media to do a tally as well. What happened to their tally? Alama ya dukuduku. However, what I'll say is there is need to protect journalists and media outlets that report on elections and governance. We need to have better engagement, and even with the MOUs that we normally have with the media, there's need for them to have a collegial sort of engagement, so that even if they tally, because where do we get the verifiability of our elections? It is through those systems, so that if someone comes and says, you've announced this result, but this is what I got from the polling station, nobody ever comes to say that. Yet, we still keep on saying that kura imeibiwa, something has been stolen. Yet, at no point does anyone come and say, actually, this is what I got from the polling station and it is different. In the advent of technology, how do we combat disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and deep fakes? I think a few months ago, I saw a very serious, I'll call it a deep fake, where 2 senators were, you know, it was a hug, but it ended up being something else. And you're left wondering, if this is AI doing that, what happens with elections, you know? So what are we going to do? Do we again go back and regulate or legislate against this? How much is too much? And how much is less? Digital rights, the aspect of prevention of internet shutdowns during elections, which will undermine transparency. I think it's something that we need to think about. And I'll go through the last bit. The aspect of importance of free, fair, credible, and transparent elections in Africa. I still believe that under Article 81 of the Constitution of Kenya, the principles of elections that are provided for under that article, we have over-legislated our electoral process to the extent that even the milk that we give our presiding officers is actually regulated, not in a proper statute, but it is in a guideline. That is how much we have regulated. They get 500 ml of milk, 500 ml of soda, 500 ml of water. They get a loaf of bread, because you give them that. You can classify it as dry meal, because you never want them to be in a situation where someone comes to offer them a meal. You know what will happen? There will be no election. Some might sleep. They'll be dragged and stuff like that. It happened a while back. So that is what informed that decision. So when you look at Article 81, it provides that free elections shall be by secret ballot. Do we have that in Kenya? Do we have that in most African countries? Yes. I was actually looking at the Rwandan election. They even close it. I don't know whether that makes it more secret. Like they put a curtain over it. And is it free from violence? Sometimes not. Intimidation, improper influence or corruption, conducted by an independent body, that happens. Transparent, etc. We even have transparent ballot boxes. How much transparent is transparent? You know? So I think our challenge as Africans is that our elections are mostly euphoric, either geared towards tribal lines, political lines, whatever your party leader says goes, or, etc. And it becomes a challenge for us to see beyond that. I pray for a day when we look at elections as just a normal activity, like the way you go to work and come back in the evening, without necessarily having that. We are strongly invested in elections, and we need to stop being so invested, because then we get, I don't want to say it but we get, even to the extent of getting skewed analysis, and we never actually sit down to analyze what happens with elections. So I think the other part was on technology, but that one I can deal with it later. The only last thing that I want us to highlight is that the legal reforms or the legislation reforms that we normally push through, we start early. But I'll tell you, in 2022, they were never passed, okay? Post 2022, we have been struggling to get these bills passed. Unfortunately, as we speak, the Elections Amendment Bill, the Political Parties Amendment Bill, the Election Offences Amendment Bill, and the County Government's Amendment Bill are pending in Parliament, all right? And we are one year, a few months shy of the next general election. When will we train our election officials? When will political parties be trained on what they need to do? When will so many things be done? Recruitment of commissioners is underway, but yes, there's a court process that is pending. And finally, the aspect of delimitation of boundaries. That has been pending because of certain issues that are happening in the court. So I don't want to, get into that because of the sub judice rule. But other than that, I wish that all EMBs, not just in Kenya, but in Africa, may be supported throughout an election cycle, not just a few months to the elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for those insights. I think you made it very clear for us to thrive beyond the ballot and for us to achieve substantive democracy, then EMBs need to be independent. And at the heart of independence then is financial strength. And then you mentioned something on us being driven by elections. And that leads me to the next panelist, who is Michael Aboneka. As we segue into that conversation, as you give us your perspectives, Michael, how do we shift the focus from winning elections to delivering public goods and justice? And what tools can citizens use to demand this shift? Karibu sana, Michael.
Asante. Thank you very much. I want to thank the ICJ and the foundation. I just want to ask in this room, how many people have voted before in this room? Okay. How many people want to vote again? How many people don't want to vote at all? Great. So the verdict is already out there. So I want to start with, you see, elections are not just an event. It's a process. And the way most of the East African countries are treating elections, they're treating it as an event. They will deploy heavily. They will do whatever it takes to make sure that they get what they want from elections. Another point is that, like Charles de Gaulle said, I think the French call it Charles de Gaulle, politics is a matter too serious to be left to politicians alone. Politics is a matter too serious to be left to politicians alone. Now, that's why the issue of participation comes in. But guess what? We are being participated instead of participating. Okay? We are being participated instead of participating. You have all these many members of parliament. You have all these governors. Like for Uganda, we have, I think the Ugandan parliament is almost equal to that of India. We are almost having 600 members of parliament. for a population of 45 million Ugandans. And you see, India has almost the same. It has 2 billion, almost 2 billion, the population is 2 billion. So when you have 600 members of parliament in parliament, and what they do there is disconnected from what I aspire, then I am being participated. I am not participating in the process. When they sit in their caucuses and they agree and say, let us remove term limit. By the way, Uganda has no term limit, it has no age limit, but we have the grace of God. So we hope that the grace of God will return the age limit and the term limit. And I think Kenya has that, and I'm told that Kenya is trying to emulate Uganda. Please don't allow them. But the point is that at the center of it all, as citizens, we give government 2 things. We give them the votes, that's the power, and we give them the taxes. What do we expect? We expect efficient and adequate services. Now, that is the social contract. So if that is not happening, then we have reason to disappoint the people we have appointed, but at the same time, demand for accountability. Now, that's part of my presentation. So I think let me go into it. We have, in Uganda, I've been in this sector for about the last 15 years, and the things we used to do was the Citizen Manifesto. We don't wait for politicians to come and tell us what they want to do for us. There's one who even said, I'll build for you a bridge. Then they reminded him that there's no river here. He said, even the river I'll bring. You can imagine? And he was voted. So then we need as citizens to have our manifesto. As citizens of Kenya, as citizens of Uganda, as citizens of South Sudan, meanwhile, South Sudan is about to have its election, hopefully 2026 December. They have been postponing. What are the issues of South Sudanese? What are the issues of Uganda on health? So we have a process called the Citizen Manifesto, which a bit was hijacked, but the point was that these are our key concerns as citizens. This is what the Uganda we need. And therefore, we actually, I remember that time I was a young, energetic, maybe I'm still here, university student. So we moved with a commitment book to political parties, telling them commit to our issues as citizens. Now, once they are in power, then we do what we call the accountability. We ask you, how far have you gone with our promises? Because politicians are going to come and tell you, I'll be the chief mourner. If you vote for me, I'll never miss a burial. But that's not their role. So we need as citizens to have our own citizen manifesto. Now, on the other thing, the problem we are having is the fatherism, the longevity. The question I asked my colleague from Tanzania is that Magufuli left, Nyerere left, but did Nyererism leave? Museveni will leave, but will Musevenism leave? It can even be a rhyme, Yeah? Museveni leaves, Museveni stays, So will that happen? If Kagame left, will Kagameism leave? So what you have is that you have CCM leaving. I mean, CCM is in power even when they change the leaders. So you have a fusion of the party and the state together. What has helped Kenya survive a bit is that there's a distinction. There's a state apparatus working. That tomorrow you have the Independent Police Oversight Authority summoning police for the excesses they're doing. That is a state function. Now, in situations like Uganda and other countries, there's a fusion. You can't separate between the NRM party in Uganda and the NRM government. You can't touch a state. Like you say, what is a state? Because a state and nation are supposed to be different. That the state, the institutions are working regardless of who the president is and who the party is. Now, there's that problem, the longevity, the fatherism. Young people, you wait, don't talk to your fathers like that. Where were you when we were fighting? For your information, President Museveni came into power before I was born. He's in power, I have a child. And I have promised my son that by the time he votes, there will be another person to vote for. So that's why I do all this stuff. So for me, I wake up every morning, I'm like, but can't I? Maybe I should stand for president. Because then I need to make a statement. Because the longevity and the staying long in power is another way to say that, the people have chosen. So dictatorships love elections because elections legitimize their dictatorship. All dictators, look around, Paul Biya, I was in Cameroon for over 5 months. Cameroon has 300 political opposition parties. Over 300 political parties. And I was asking them, how can you have 300 political parties and then the situation is as is? Okay? Now, Kenya, you have like 95, Uganda, you have like 29, but there is some work we are doing. So you have political parties that do not have a leveled playing ground. Our IBC, it is a presidential candidate who appoints an IBC. So the president appoints the IBC. So what does that mean? That if I have appointed you to manage an election, you have to make sure I win, because then you have to have your butter and bread. So the independence of the electoral commissions are important. As I wind up, I think for me is that because of that, the dictators love elections. Paul Kagame has been scoring 99%, and so, it was a democratic election. In Uganda, we had polling stations where the voting was 101 plus. And people asking, did the goats vote? Did the cows vote? Like no one got sick. So the hands that went up to say, I no longer want elections, there is that fatigue of elections do not give us what we want. The power belongs to the people who shall determine how to be governed. Does that also mean that as Africa, we should start to think and say, maybe elections don't work for us? Can we have another means of how we be governed? It is also time to ask such questions because that is also democratic. So what we need to do is that we have to continue demanding for accountability and demanding that when Museveni leaves, the Musevenism also leaves. That if Ruto leaves, the Rutoism also leaves. And that is an issue of systems. For those working on systems and making sure that the fusion of the state and the nation and the party doesn't happen, let's continue the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Aboneka, for those insightful perspectives. And for those of you that have been around long enough, remember when Moi took over, alisema tutafuata nyayo. We will follow the footprints of that one that was before us. So it's a problem that we have. We inherit other people's problems and we continue with them. Thank you for the suggestion that we should have citizen manifestos that drive the political space, and that we should not be disinterested in politics, that it is too serious a thing to be left to politicians alone. And I think as you are finishing and indicating issues of institutions that have failed, then that segues into now Brenda's presentation. Brenda, as you also give us your perspectives, I think I would want to ask you is that many institutions and democratic processes have been captured by a few powerful individuals and groups for their benefit to the detriment of the general public and at the expense of public good. How is this capture manifesting itself? Which institutions are most affected? And who are the actors enforcing it? Karibu sana, Brenda.
Thank you very much, Thuku. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for this invitation by ICJ as well as the Foundation for Democracy. My name is Brenda Isabel. I work for the Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa. I am a senior elections and democratic governance advisor. Also, in my past life, I was a human rights activist. I still am. As I was having tea, there was a song about Maandamano. I remember charging there in the corner. I honestly feel like going out to protest because the things that we are seeing in Africa, generally in Kenya and the rest of the region, are things that we should not be seeing in this day and age. Allow me to just take you through a small journey of some very awkward facts about Africa. Africa is the only continent where, like my colleague from Uganda said, candidates go for elections and you have more votes than the registered voters, right? Okay, so I think we really need to have an honest conversation about elections. I was persuaded not to dive too deep into electoral matters because my blood is extremely, laced with election things because that is my bread and butter. But more importantly, I just wanted to echo something that Madam Ruth from IBC said earlier about the over-legislation of elections. You know, in Kenya, our main challenge is we don't trust each other. Because we don't trust each other, we decide, let us over-legislate elections so that it covers for the lack of trust. By that, we stress the IBC to a point where they are tied and bound. Ni kama umeweka mtu kamba. Kamba, for those who don't understand Swahili, is it's like tying someone with a rope, and they're unable to move because they're very stressed out with litigious situations constantly. They have to publish the voter register by this date, and it is literally in law. They can't do it outside that. So there's electoral timelines that are too tight. So this is an electoral commission that is literally bound by laws set by those who it is going to adjudicate over. You understand how it doesn't make sense? Now, IBC does not even have a budget of its own. Yes, it's in the law. They're supposed to have the IBC fund. But ever since that legislation was passed, of course, those people have frustrated and made sure IBC does not have resources of its own. So IBC has to run back to Bunge's parliament to get approvals for this and that, and run to Treasury asking for money. Kenyans spent in 2017, we spent 3.8 billion on electoral technology. But what happened? The next election, we were not able to use the same technology. Do you know why? Whenever IBC submits its budgets, there's a line item on its budget for maintaining software for technology. It will not be approved by Treasury. So at the next time, democracy has boiled down to our ability to make sure our children are safe in our homes, that my child can do, I saw a young Gen Z here taking us through, a song about letters. Ever since I was born, I was just seeing one president. I was in opinion, and we know these are state-sponsored goons. Yeah, where police will watch. Police can go and capture a young man from Homa Bay and track him. But we've not been told to date who raped these women. This country has CCTV. Does anyone have any idea that in this country, if you leave Pan-Afric, by the time you get to Thika Road, you've been captured 2 million times by the cameras in this city? Yeah? The surveillance on Kenyans is being used for abductions and bad reasons. But we cannot use the same technology to arrest perpetrators of violence. You know? I'm angry, I'm sorry. Yeah, and then there's, sorry? Inject. Mimi nikiweka kwa Subaru mnitete, nawaomba. Mimi maisha yangu ni soft, sijazoea vitu. Iyo. But we must inject, right? Yes, I mean, that's what we are here to do. We cannot sugarcoat these things, yeah? And then we have to address underlying issues. The lack of employment. Doesn't matter what we do, democracy and governance, there's no stability for any country if the people are poor. If you cannot afford... Jana kuna watu walala njaa. Kweli rongo? Kuna mtu nyumba yake paa imebomoka, maji inaingia kwa nyumba. Let me ask you, na Gen Z pia nyinyi mna tabia mbaya. Because when you're protesting, when you see young men and women looking rough, you say, I see Gen Z. That is classism, and we pray that stops. Because do you remember there's a time in Kenya, about 61% of young people who cleared class 8 primary education did not go to form 1. Mnafikiri walienda wapi? Wako tu mitaani. Wakitokea pia ni Gen Z. Gen Z is a demographic, it's not a class. It is just an age set, right? So mkiona hata wale ambao wanakani kama, I think there's this thing of people think Gen Z are the young people who are cool and classy and they eat KFC after protests. No. Gen Z is everyone. Gen Z is all of you that are suffering through that generation with no jobs, nothing to do. Maisha yenu ni magumu sana. In fact, you have social media pressure. You people, the pressure you are giving each other is insane. There's young people buying cars, houses, what, you know? And of course the pressure is checking in, but more importantly, fundamentally, you guys went to school, you're trying to make a living. It is not fair what the state is doing. And I know Kenya is working very hard to send all of you abroad. Would you rather have jobs in Kenya? Do you create employment in your own country or elsewhere? So you start first here before you export Kenyans, because this is their heritage, you know. I saw a young person on TV recently ask the president, why don't you go and become the president of USA, since you're very keen on telling young people you've created jobs for them in the Gulf and wherever. Now, these jobs in the Gulf, it's you become a maid, you become a what. We're not even telling young people about when you go with your papers there, they're not recognized. Are you aware? Some of these countries, you go with your papers, you have to go through the education system afresh. We know the level of racism happening in the world. Honestly speaking, you cannot tell Africans to leave their homeland and go and get jobs elsewhere as a president. Right? Now, in terms of the future of democracy in Africa, we have to embrace technology. We have to leverage on technology to enhance transparency, security, and efficiency in electoral processes. Now, youth engagement is something that is happening. The youth are engaging themselves. In fact, the youth are engaging us. So we thank you for that. Regional and international cooperation. We pray that we keep having these conversations as a region, as East Africa, and of course as the larger part of Africa. We need to have strengthen electoral laws and institutions, promote civic education and voter engagement. I saw a number of hands in terms of who is interested in vying for, not vying, even vying is okay anyway. Yeah, in voting, I think that is important. We must also be willing to inject ourselves into these spaces where we get elected, right? And we must, the cost of elections is very high. I think that's something we also have to discuss. Why? This is why the appetite is so high. My brother from Uganda said it's the politicians' appetite for elections. Look at our president. They started campaigning. In Kenya, there's an official electoral campaign period, but no one will follow the law. They start immediately after they get into office. Why? Why? You know, look at, did you know that our ballot paper has more security features than the legal tender? Did you know that? Our money has less security features than a vote, a ballot paper. It's so expensive. Kenya has one of the most expensive elections unnecessarily. And guess what? These expensive elections feed a lot of people because the ecosystem, ni watu wanafanya biashara, si ndio? Yes. There's a time kulikuwa na mlolongo, watu wanapanga line na wanapiga kura. What happened? It's because each time we mistrust each other, we run, we change the law, we introduce more things. Look, we have 93 parties. What are we doing with 93 parties? This has become the most lucrative job in Kenya. Every person wants to become a politician so that they go in and they loot. Anyway, so I'm almost finishing. We must address underlying socioeconomic issues. Finance bill, we were too busy in Kenya here with protesting for Juang. Finance bill has been passed. Yeah? But these are still conversations we can have in conventional and unconventional spaces. In terms of institutional reforms, I've mentioned IBC can ensure it has a level of independence, impartiality, adequate resources for their work. We must strengthen parliamentary oversight. Unfortunately, in Kenya and many East African countries, parliamentarians are also politicians. They're rubber stamps for the head of state, right? And then you can see what is happening in Kenya, where there's no opposition. In fact, the person that was fired from deputy president has become the official opposition. Yeah, well, we continue, we move. Yeah, we must strengthen the media. We saw recently how the media was gagged, I think, during the protest, just so that they do not report things as they are. And then we need media literacy programs. Media literacy is very, very important to promote critical thinking so that, fact-checking skills can become part and parcel of Kenyans. Mtu akisema urongo, you fact-check very, very quickly. I think America is very good at that. yeah? And then in terms of inclusive and responsive governance, I was thinking maybe it's time we start talking about, we talk about trade and investment in the region, but unless we have common legislation, how is that going to happen? Because we cannot have joint trade and say we are open for trade as East Africa community, but the laws in Kenya and Tanzania are fundamentally different in terms of the trade and investment. So that's an example. So even in terms of whether we have young parliamentarians or whatever is happening in the region, for us to move in tandem so that we don't have one country that is ahead and the other one's another country that does. I mean, Tanzania, if someone walks with the constitution, my brother in the morning was saying, people can ask you, what do you have against the state? Just because someone sees you with the constitution, you know? So this is not where we need to be as a continent. I apologize if I have depressed you, but this is where we are. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Some of us might need to see therapists after this. And as Brenda, you are speaking, I was reminded when you said that, you see, democracies must be centered. A democracy that is not centered, it does not center economic empowerment, then it really is a failed democracy. And when you are talking about capture now by the few, I was reminded of a quote by Ayn Rand, where he says, when you see that in order to produce, you need to obtain permission from men who produce nothing. When you see that money is flowing to those who deal, not in goods, but in favors. When you see that men get richer by graft and by pull than by work, and your laws don't protect you against them, but protect them against you. When you see corruption being rewarded and honesty becoming a self-sacrifice, you may know that your society is truly doomed. So really, that is a very glim picture. And Tito, as we now go into this, the region has been characterized with suppression and manipulation of those that speak out. As you give us your perspectives, what is the role of civic courage? Having paid the price yourself, what is the role of civic courage in the movement? And what would you tell us? How would you encourage us? Over to you, Tito.
Asante sana, David. But also, asante sana, the conveners of this important symposia for having us. You know, I was positively defeated by the clarity of thoughts from my colleagues. And I almost sent a text to David that, you know, can I just thank the audience for listening to yeah, because they spoke to some of the issues of commonality that we all agree to. But again, I'm going to, I think my ancestors will thoroughly guide me so that I'm not being repetitive and boring. But also I hope no one is sleeping because, colleagues, lunch will come. so no one should ever sleep. Yeah. Well, for David, regular, fair and equitable, transparent electoral processes. So I would say that in Tanzania we have the first regular. We are very good at that, and we have been known for being an island of peace. Just because we vote and then we go home. No electoral disputes, no contestations, just because they managed to cow us into silence. And whenever we are crying in Swahili. So the rest of the continent would would be thinking that maybe they are celebrating the you know. So it's a very challenging context. But again, my sister alluded to the fact that some of our colleagues were mistreated in Tanzania. Very unfortunate. It's a very regrettable occurrence. And I myself extended an apology to them because we happened to work together. But however, it was also a blessing in disguise that now Tanzania is being uncovered in terms of the extent of atrocities that have been occurring in our country without checks. To my understanding is that not only Samia Suluhu Hassan, but also Magufuli and the former, they have exhausted the list of crimes against humanity. Not only rape, enforced disappearance, abduction, torture, extrajudicial killings. They have exhausted. And we probably might have an ICC candidate in the future if all goes well. So it was a blessing in disguise, and we thank the continent for rallying behind us. Reflecting on the topic briefly, we have had regular elections, and I'm going to give you a bit of statistics. So when Magufuli took power in 2015, he promised to get rid of the opposition and civil society. My brother Frugens alluded to the fact that there's a paralyzed state of affairs in Tanzania. Civil society, we are sleeping, journalists, HRDs and stuff. So in 2019, they won the local government election at a landslide, unprecedented 98-99. In 2020, the presidency was won on a landslide, but also our parliament was turned into an extended part caucus with almost close to 98% of not so honorable members of parliament from 2020 up to date. So we have had a dysfunctional state of affairs in Tanzania. Then last year in 2024, they won the local government election colorful. You know, you'd have an 98% margin of win. But again, in 2024, what they did, the voter registration was done manually. So you go to a post, register your name, they don't verify your residence. So the possibility that I would register at Kilimani and then go register in Kileleshwa and go register in Mombasa was high. There was no computerized system of storing this data, which is why, again, they won on a landslide. We have an election this year, and then we don't expect anything new, which is why I recently asked a question that what is it that will happen after the 2025 October general election? To Micah's question that who is willing to vote, I said, no, I'm not willing to vote. I'm not going to give you an opportunity to steal my vote. I would rather stay at home with it. One bishop in Tanzania is now known famously for saying that namna pekee ya kulinda kura yako ni kubaki nayo nyumbani. So the only way to protect your vote is just remain with it at home. Don't put it in the ballot, it will be stolen. And then there's this famous movement in Tanzania now, no reforms, no election. So people are trying to mobilize against electoral malpractice, which is maybe to your question, David, that what is it that we have that the politicians want? Of course, maybe politicians is general. We might have political aspirations in this building. Maybe the ruling elites they want your vote. They want your vote for the purpose of creating legitimacy. So are we in a position to deny them political legitimacy? If we are in a village or in a constituency, we are 2 million. If we say that we are not going to vote and we are guarding each other against going to legitimize the system, who are they going to lead? So this is a question to us. Are we willing to say no, or are we willing to say no to enabling repression and oppressive regimes? And what is it that will fall afterwards? Again, also, I have a few highlights of probably things to consider. One is that we can shape institutions, especially institutions of democracy, through usage. We shouldn't give up on the court, on the judiciary. And I speak this with so much admiration to the Kenyan judiciary. I think in the past 1 week, during the maandamano, the previous maandamano, the order to ban live coverage of the protest was suspended in no time. So people went to court. So they are shaping the institutions of democracy. They are shaping the culture of democracy and human rights. But also, I think 2 days ago, Justice Chacha Mwita, and we are going to claim this justice, he's a Tanzanian. Justice Chachamwita. I come from this north side of Tanzania, Mara. So we share the names, the Kuria and the Luo, Badamajita. So he was asking the DCI that I need the body of a person you arrested. Bring the body. Produce the body. So the lawyers were in court shaping the culture of democracy. So sometimes we have good judges, and then we tend to say, the amount of disappointment I've seen in this court, I'm retaliating. I'm going to do farming in my village. So we in the movement, we have to remain consistent and shape our culture of democracy through usage of institutions, especially the judiciary. Because our shared understanding is that the executive can do anything with the parliament, but at least there's a little bit of optimism in the judiciary. The parliament in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Kenya, I think they're as good as speaking the same language. Museveni did whatever maneuver to extend term limit, to remove age, whatever, through the parliament. Magufuli passed a lot of orders through the parliament that was an extended party caucus. You remember what happened last year with the impeachment. It was a drama from the lower to the upper house. Yeah, so I think we must utilize the available opportunities, especially the judiciary. But also, however disappointing it might be, sometimes we wake up to success stories. My brother Masawe alluded to the ruling we had past 2 weeks. The judiciary of Tanzania annulled a law that Magufuli had enacted, to extend immunity to top government officials against prosecution, and also limit public interest litigation. We were defeated in the High Court. We went back home. We did our assignments, luckily with the help of senior counsels like Professor Issa Shivji. We went back to court. And then we woke up to some success story. It was jovial, a moment of, a celebration that we are probably relighting our chapter of public interest litigation. Yes, so we have got to create a culture of democracy. But also we should look at reforms as a holistic discourse that we need to pursue. It is a game of intersectionality. This institution checking this, that institution supporting this institution. I'm not going to say a lot on that in the interest of time, but just look at these institutions. The lawmaking process, how is it complementing the lawmaking house? How is it complementing the judiciary? Where do we people find refuge in times of government excesses? Where should we run to? The entire regulatory process, and also we should look at the people within the institutions. Someone said a point around the literate. I think it was yesterday I was discussing with Justice and Mzee Arnold Sunga that what should be the minimum level of education for a parliamentarian. But again, if we come among ourselves, we would ask a question: who is willing to be a parliamentarian? I saw a very interesting discussion from Kenyan Gen Zs that, guys, the EBC is going to announce the positions of commissioners or members, something like that. Yeah, people are saying we need a Gen Z in that institution. So instead of laying back and let things happen by themselves, we have got to participate, to Micah's point. And as I finish, I also want to do a highlight of what are we lacking. We are lacking consistency. We're lacking consistency. We are civil society, so we have to treat the movement as a society. We are not supposed to treat a movement as a donor-oriented program that we do within a year and then phase it out. We are getting it wrong in terms of thinking that without money we cannot do anything. We can still chat on Kahawa Talks, chat in the village, chat in the matatus, chat everywhere. That this is undesirable. We need this. We need to move from here. So we have got to be consistent in terms of our demands. I don't know how far the one-term movement is going to. I don't know. Now it's half-term, so I don't know to what extent we can have these conversations around half-term, one-term. I don't know how far the no reforms, no election chants in Tanzania are going. I don't know. But at least we have got to be consistent with the end goal, that we need to register a certain fundamental outcome that will be sustainable and sustain the movement. David, I'm finishing, because I see you. I see you. But also, we have to speak, we have to be true to ourselves. I loved what my sister said. She was speaking like a dada. Dada speaking to the Gen Z. You Gen Zs, if I don't dress properly, you shouldn't ridicule me, don't delegitimize me. I'm in the movement. I just didn't have a proper outfit. You know, but also among ourselves, there's a sad reality that we have got to communicate to each other. We have disruptive forces in the movement. Disruptive forces in the movement. We have people who are here to collect money and leave. And it's very painful to come to the realization that this person has been a double agent, selling information, selling strategies. You know, we are not concealing anything in the first place. We are not concealing it because we are not criminals. We are not criminals organizations, but we are trying to be a bit more organized. So why are we disrupting our maandamano that is planned to occur in Mombasa next week? Why are you donating this information to the establishment? They will start, you know, erecting means of fear, inflicting fear, you know, coming out. I don't like this guy, this CS who came out authorizing the police to shoot and kill. You know, but these are tactics of creating fear amongst the populace. Because, you know, our courage differs. I might be courageous enough to say, I will still go to protest, it's my right. But there's a ton of people who would be set down, the parents would set them down and tell them, you know what, you are all that we have in this house. And yeah, so disruptive forces and also accountability. How do we use the money intended for the movement? We have got to be a bit more open to each other and speak truth to power, even amongst each other. I think we can do more and better on that instead of trying to keep whatever resources we have or whatever resources we think, you know, this one for 2 years I need to relate fairly to Mike so that he can keep inviting me in conferences, give me per diem. So if someone is corrupt or if someone is disrupting the movement, we have got to tell them. We have got to tell them. And as I finish, going forward, we have got to maximize our impact by rallying, creating coalitions. What are you doing? What lessons do I have to learn from you? And, you know, what is it that I've been doing that you're not doing? And what lessons can you deduce from mine? We also have to utilize the numbers. I love the Siri. Siri ni kitu gani? Siri ni numbers. To think of it and to try to break it down, it gives a lot of meaning and impact at a personal level. If I'm alone, I'll be defeated. But if we are 1,000, you know. And we should also stop focusing on events. I alluded to this earlier. Where is the no reforms, no election going? Can we be a little bit more consistent and sustainable in that? And lastly, we should be a bit more systemic and provide alternatives that speak to people's reality. I don't know a leader who called the Gen Zs on the previous Maandamano, but I could see people on Twitter Spaces, at least more than one Twitter Spaces, will dress like this. If you see a gun, do this. If, you know, so people felt like this movement resonates with their day-to-day lives. So we have got to give them ownership, such that once I retire from the movement, if I say I'm going back to I've had enough of this movement. Lastly, I think I've said more lastly. I've got to make the movement fashionable. The movement has to be stylish. It shouldn't be old school. People should love it. You know, I remember last year, I was with some Kenyan colleagues somewhere when the first historical Maandamano happened. I could see everyone associating to the Maandamano. because it was fashionable. Yeah, we Kenyans. Even the people have known to be very quiet and very conservative. Yeah, the man. It is just because of the impact. And also the fact that it was fashionable, it was popular, the message was crystal clear, people knew what they wanted, they had an ultimatum of the needs. Yeah, David, I'm sorry I added 2 more minutes, I think, but apologies, and colleagues, thanks for listening.
Tito is a son of a preacher. So they start with, lastly, finally, as I conclude. But thank you, Tito, for those perspectives. And thank you for reminding us to be consistent. And I think your call that there's regional, you can see cross-border collaboration between governments to ensure that the people are oppressed. Then people must also come together and ensure that that they hold these governments accountable. Because when you have Ugandans being taken from Kenya and taken back to Uganda, the same thing with Kenyans being taken from Tanzania and being tortured and being thrown in borders, then that tells you that the people must also come together. Tito, thank you for reminding us of retaliate. Amaje? Retaliate. I think I'll open this discussion to the floor. So I see Dr. Justice's hand is up. I see Jerry's hand is up. Anne is up. And then Charles is up. And there's the final one here. So we'll... Now, leader, when you put your hand up as the last one, what am I supposed to do? All right.
Thanks, David. And thank you, colleagues, for, I think, very insightful views on how we can make elections truly free, fair, and credible. To some extent, I envy you because we only got 6 minutes to talk. You got more. Okay, she's not listening. Okay, and I think what you said and what was said in the previous session sort of reminded me of where I wanted to go with my presentation yesterday. That I think we need to understand, as we grapple with this question, how do we make elections truly fair and credible? We need to understand something. And my view is we are living in an age across, I think, the world, not just in Africa, in an age of competitive authoritarianism with hegemonic flavor. But let me just quickly break that down. So competitive authoritarianism is a form of dictatorship which emerged, I think, in the late 90s, where dictators began to create a semblance of democratic rule. But under the cover of that semblance of democratic rule are vicious autocratic practices. So, for example, there will be a constitution that guarantees freedoms, all sorts of freedoms. But then those who express views that are dissenting are then criminally charged with all sorts of things which on paper look legitimate, but the motive for the criminal charges is basically to suppress legitimate political activity. So that's competitive authoritarianism. Now, there are 3 zones which competitive authoritarianist regime target. And as we retaliate or as we program around how to make elections truly free, fair, and credible, we need to pay attention to those 3 or rather 4 zones. So the first is media. So as you talked about getting involved, to what extent are we getting involved in the media sector? I don't mean to say we must all become journalists and broadcasters, but I mean that we need to invest in creating platforms for the conscious journalist to operate and propagate the message. Because competitive authoritarianists seek to control the media narrative. The second is lawmaking. To what extent are we participating in lawmaking? Because competitive authoritarianists seek to control or manipulate lawmaking in order to create laws that basically protect or underpin their hegemonic power, which is why I think one of you said, I think it was in a poetic way, you said they make laws to protect themselves and not us, right? So we need to challenge them in that zone. The last zone is the zone that I'm passionate about, is the judiciary. So competitive authoritarianists do not necessarily get rid of the judiciary, except I think in Tanzania, where you have limitations around challenging the results of presidential elections. You say the law says you can't. But across Africa, you can challenge the results of presidential elections in most cases. But competitive authoritarianists will find subtle ways of managing the judiciary. So they will create what looks formally like an independent judiciary, but they will then find ways to manage that. So we also need to get involved in that zone beyond just litigating. I hear your point about we need to litigate, we need to litigate strategically. But we need to think more creatively around how do we actually sensitize our judges for them to be able to understand the environment and the context within which they operate. You will be surprised that a lot of them, because they are far removed from society, they actually don't understand the sophistication with which competitive dictators operate and seek to manipulate the judiciary. So are we creating platforms to engage with the judges, to sensitize them? So I wish next time when we meet in a forum like this one, you then include the judges so that they can hear these conversations, but also so that you can engage with them. So in summary, David, I'm saying there are 3 zones which competitive authoritarianists operate in order to manipulate elections. Because remember, there must be a semblance of competition, but the competition must be rigged in such a way that it is even difficult to prove. So they do so by manipulating the media, they do so by manipulating the lawmaking process, and they do so by manipulating the judiciary. And we need to challenge them systematically in those 3 zones. Thank you.
Wow. Dr. Justice is a teacher. So thank you for that intervention. We'll have Anne.
Thank you to the panel. Maybe allow me to start by debunking. As an election practitioner, there is no free and fair elections. That is a fallacy. Back to my point, and also to appreciate that Africa, we've come a long way. When it was almost impossible for regimes to hold elections, to now every regime is falling over each other to conduct elections. But now the quality of that election is what we are trying to interrogate. My brother spoke about Cameroon. I've been able to observe that election. One of the simplest electoral system they have, but see where they are with the dictator. Ruth, with our EMB, beautiful elections. We spend billions of shillings to conduct an election. But what happens? Kenyans come out in large numbers to vote. But who announces the winner of the election? It is the courts, the Supreme Court. And this brings me to the point where Tito was saying that we should capacitate the judiciary. But on the other side, where it is a 5-7 bench that will determine where the country goes in the next 5 years, and my sister here was asking, who puts the judiciary in check in terms of when they go rogue, for example? Looking at the electoral system in Rwanda, having observed that election, very possible to get 99.9% because of how the electoral system is skewed. So we can sit here, talk about how different jurisdictions are conducting the electoral system in a different way. But maybe should we pause and ask ourselves, when our ancestors were ruling, they never used to have elections, but governance was somehow actualized. So how do we Africanize the African elections to our own context? Because, as it were, democracy is a new concept in Africa. So how do we look further and say the elections that we need in our countries, the elections that we need in our jurisdictions are the ones that cut across? Look at Kenya. We did an election in 2022. And the person we were supposed to take to Bondo is not in government, but he sits in cabinet. And there was that joke, Kenya is the only is the only East African country, the opposition leader is not in prison. So what is it? Why we spend so many billions? Then after elections, we have the handshake, we have the broad-based, which is now the blood-based, and God knows what next.
Charles, behind you, and then there, and then leader.
Thank you, Thuku, and thank you to the panelists. My name is Charles Jaika, a digital rights expert at ICJ Kenya. So, starting from digital, that takes us to all everything that is transpiring within the electoral transformation systems. And echoing at our brother Tito, shaping the culture of Democrats, my question, not question per se, but Ruth, our friend, can elude on that as well. So amongst IBC pre-election phases is procurement and testing of electoral technologies. In Raila Odinga 2017, there was a total failure of electoral technology systems. In Raila Odinga versus IBC 2022, I remember there was an issue regarding the, I think, Vietnamese guys who were caught at the JKIA, Kamango. They were trying to smuggle some technology stuff into the country, procured by IBC. So those are some of the things that we are looking at here. So I have had Ruth reiterating on this. Ruth, sorry, allow me to clobber. I've had Ruth reiterating on this, that you are unsure about us maybe checking after the technology laws. And recently we had Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, which not only feeds on its own toes, but also feeds on its own children. That means that if Ruth today wants to become a Chief Justice in 2040, the technology will bring a video of Ruth in since 2020, 2017. I mean back then. I hope you're understanding my point. So coming back to the digital rights issue, like for example, let me just reiterate on a recent case that ICJ is the main party to the case. ICJ has filed a case in court regarding internet shutdown. Internet shutdown has been a major thing in the country. You'll find out that whenever we are heading towards elections, the internet will be shut down. That is with the orders from the government. And during protest periods, internet shutdown has happened here in the country. But you know what? People have become more clever. And what is happening is that nowadays you do not need the country to prove that internet was shut down. We'll go direct to IODA, we'll go direct to UNI, the people who own the internet. And they will unleash what is happening with the internet here in the country. So that is the major system. So digital rights has become democracy in our country. Internet is nowadays a right. You can imagine yourselves without the internet within an hour or even within 10 minutes, how short will everything be? So pointing out to what has been said is that technology, for purposes of my own accountability as a patriotic citizen, is that whatever happens in the IBC can also happen outside the IBC. In as much as our systems, electoral systems, are extremely expensive, they can also be tallied from the outside. So either way, there shouldn't be no restrictions regarding to what the electoral system is bringing to us. However, even with the restrictions, they will have to come up with something that is very vocal to the people. For example, we do not, I mean, as a patriotic citizen, where is the mistake of a Gen Z, an electoral system which is similar to what is happening with the media and the IBC. So that is our point.
Hello.
I mean, that is what happens exactly in the digital space. And maybe you can reiterate on that, because preparation of the pre-election phases regarding the technology, procurement of this testing systems is part of what you guys do. So possibly if you can elucidate on the same, just to expound to the team that is a democracy process that is needed by everyone, for the people, by the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaika. I think we'll have Njeri. And for the team that is yet to speak, let's keep it short, and then we are coming to you, Shukri.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think I had more comments, but I will try to stick to the ones that are related directly to elections, although all of the others also came up. I felt a bit of pessimism in some of the presentations there. And of course, you know, as an activist, you have to be constantly, what? What is the other word? Optimistic, because if you are not, then the battle is lost. You don't even have to come out of your house, even to go to work. So I felt a bit of that, and I want to just maybe give comments that may encourage us not to come from here depressed. So I want to start with the IBC budget. I hear a lamentation. Why are we lamenting? You know, IBC is one of the Chapter 15 institutions in Kenya. And for those who are not Kenyans, Chapter 15 institutions are very, very specific in the Constitution. They are supposed to protect the sovereignty of the people, ensure adherence to democratic values and principles by all state organs, promote constitutionalism, they must be independent, and they are subject only to the Constitution and the laws of Kenya. So when an IEBC, a Kenya National Human Rights Commission, an IPOA, all these institutions are complaining, it is because they don't understand their mandate within the Constitution of Kenya. Because they have the courts. You can go to court and demand, even the judiciary should not be expecting a salary, let me call it that, a salary from the executive. They should by now already have, since the Constitution came in power in 2010, by today they should already have their own money regulated, because they are supposed to be directly funded, not through the executive. So what am I trying to say? That the Chapter 15 institutions, including the IEBC, are letting Kenya down. And it is not us who should be, and it should not be a lamentation. It should be a proactive action demanding that money comes. Otherwise, you quit office. What are you doing there? You are supposed to be independent. You know, we are too happy. Somebody yesterday talked about professionalism of chairing this. Today you are in Kenya National Human Rights Commission. Tomorrow you are in IEBC. Another day you are somewhere else. quit those jobs and create your own jobs, because you are letting down the nation. If you are holding a position and you are in an office that is not funded at all, and yesterday I also heard the East Africa Law Society saying they can't sit. They can't sit because they have no court. The court has no funds. What is this we are dealing with? Okay, it doesn't fall under the mandate of the Kenya Constitution, but it falls under some mandate. Yes. It falls under some mandate. Who is supposed to fund them? Why are they just not there then? Quit, go back to your offices and say the court has refused to work. Report it to the East Africans that we can no longer have this court because it is no longer funded. Okay, sorry, that was just IBC budget and Chapter 15 institutions. The other one is for Tanzanians, Ugandans, and others. No reforms, no elections. We tried this in Kenya. We didn't have the new constitution. If we had the benefit of the new constitution then, maybe it would have worked for us. No reform, no elections. Moi the first time got 36.35% votes. He still went in 1992. Because the opposition, part of it was voted not willingly and unwillingly. There was confusion around but they still had over 60% of the votes. But they could not, Moi still came back because with 36%, he was still the highest candidate. Then in 1997, he was on 40%, 40-point-something%. He was still the highest candidate. So our laws, and I'm hearing people saying Kenya has too much, especially around elections, they are based on our experience. The 50+1 is based on that experience, that there should never be a president in Kenya who gets 36.5 or 36.35, while the opposition has 65%, and that person with 36 is the one ruling. It is based, our laws are based on our experience. Our constitution is based on our experience. So let us not lament, first of all, that we have too much law around the elections. We need to have that much, because if we don't, we will even be worse off than we have been in the past years. So no reforms, no elections. Without the safeguards of a constitution like the one we have in Kenya, I'm just saying to the Tanzanians and to the Ugandans, the elections will go on, and of course, as you have said, over and over, a majority. In Tanzania is very different from the rest of the African country, of the East Africa countries, because you still have CCM in power, and it gets overwhelming majority. Kenya, that is over. KANU lost. KANU cannot not even show its face in public anymore as a dynamic party. It's still there as one of the 93 parties, but it is not a dynamic party. You need to get to that state where a party that's not delivering for the people becomes a KANU in Kenya. And then there was something else about, I need to just raise this because we keep mentioning it, the habeas corpus law. In Kenya, we changed also with the new constitution. You cannot hold a person for more than 24 hours unless it is unless it's a murder case. But we are having people being held for weeks. And again, I challenge the legal fraternity in this country. Why? Why are those bodies not being produced in court? What are we waiting for? We are waiting for a dead body to come and give us instructions? No, no, no. We have to be more proactive. We have to really not wait to be sent to court. We should appear in court and demand, because we have that right that wasn't there before. Anyone can actually go to court in Kenya today. And then, of course, 14 days is for murder cases. Even if you are a murderer and you haven't been brought, they haven't found evidence, it means they are torturing you, and they are torturing you. And again, Kenya Constitution is against torture. So it means once you are held over 24 hours, unfortunately, Albert Ojwang was held just within that period and was already killed through torture. So you can imagine what is happening to somebody who is held over 24 hours. So for me, no lamentation, but action, action, action. If we can't act, and we have all this knowledge, all these degrees, all these opportunities, what are we doing with them? And as somebody was saying about the Gen Z being seen, the Gen Z separating themselves from the, from maybe my social justice people from Mathare, from Korogosho and others, drop that hat. We need to be together. We need to be united as a nation. And if we are not, we can't be united as a region. So we need, first of all, and I said yesterday, Kenya is already a few steps ahead, like our runners. We're already a few steps ahead. So we cannot go back. We have to keep ahead so that the others can follow, and then we have a united East Africa. We cannot have a united East Africa if Kenyans are failing. So I'm just challenging us. We cannot afford to lament. We cannot afford to lament. We have opportunity to act and create and move. So please, let's move.
Thank you, Jerry.
You know, when you listen to Jerry speak, you can tell of the anger, which is okay. Now, it is easy for us to batter IEBC, and I don't envy Ruth by any chance. I can tell you, when you look at you, we are like, hey, you have work. But anyway, I've been reflecting a lot about the role of IEBC, and I like the point you made that actually you don't really have credible elections. And it's true. The aspect of the word independent, I don't think the framers of the Constitution had really thought keenly about those institutions. Because provided you don't have proper architecture in terms of financing, then independence is subject to the executive. And that's what we are struggling with. So for many of us, I think, we need to start thinking of how to ensure that from the funding bit, we have independence. Because provided IBC relies on the executive majorly, because we know our budget making process, we cannot pretend. That is where the problem is. So provided we don't figure out that funding bit, that aspect of independence is just hogwash, and we just be pretending, right? Secondly, I've also been thinking, and this is to Ruth, one of the realities is when you read the Kregler's recommendations, and I'm assuming IBC is very keen on this, the findings that were made post-2007 elections are actually what we are seeing today. That's a fact. So provided we are not well prepared for the next election, and he talked about 2 years, then we're actually sitting ducks. Provided we don't have our house in order as early as now, wherever we are with the IBC, whatever the dreams we have and the ambitions and everything else you're discussing here is purely hogwash. So it will be important for us to really ask ourselves, are we even ready for the next election as early as now? Are we? Are we here busy saying, oh, Gen Zs are busy demonstrating, so what happens in 2027? If provided we don't still have a commission as early as now, if still we are discussing the funding as early as now, what are we? And I can tell Jerry is talking about these people can go to court, can fight for it. Where? Do we have the structure? So it's a worrying situation because if you review Article 81, Article 38, Article 34, all these beautiful articles in the Constitution, they all rely on proper structure, which is what we are struggling with.
Hello, hello. Is it on? I don't think so. Really? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Well, again, thank you for the wonderful panel. I'm just piggybacking on Jerry's intervention about the call to optimism. I really don't have a question. I would just like to invite you to take a risk. And by that I mean, if not elections, then what? Because it is clear that the elections as they stand in the continent today are more mementos of our mistrust than what they were intended to be, which is a method to manage the constantly emergent difference and disagreement that is a society. We cannot get rid of disagreement for social life to be social life. Identity, homogeneity, and constancy are actually the currencies of dictators. They want identity, they want constancy, they want constant agreement. So if elections are a method to manage the ever-emergent disagreement, I guess what I'm trying to say is, feel free to share with us in this safe space another method to manage that difference that is society. And in this just final note, I'm taking my cue from Frantz Fanon in The Wretched of the Earth. Because in the closing of chapter 4, where he is criticizing this idea of culture being, like a mummified memory of the past, he says that the culture of a nation is a constantly emergent substance. So I think Fanon is the one working with this tradition of substance, the one that elaborates on this idea of substantive democracy that is most relevant to us, because he's celebrating that substance that is in constant movement, not the mummified fragments of the past, which is something that electoral democracy perhaps is trying to preserve. So, to sum it up, if not elections, then what? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Shukri, and then
Thank you,
Leader here.
Thuku. You know, as part of the communications team, I realize that I have a microphone here. So I will, let me just use it. So as I was sitting here, I thought of, you'll remember in the early 2000s, there was a coalition of the willing, Americans, UK, and some European countries. They invaded Iraq, saying that there were WMDs there. Now to link that thought to what I am about to ask, we are seeing an unholy alliance amongst the heads of state in East Africa when it comes to clamping down on the civic space. Is it fair to assume that this unholy alliance by these heads of state can also impact elections in our region? Thank you.
Thank you, Shukri.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the panel. I may have missed a few things when I walked out, but I have just a couple of things to ask or talk about. One, just listening to all of us, don't you think we are falling into the stereotype of what politics is? I like when you say 25,000 politicians among 55,000 Kenyans. What is politics? I think if we decided to define politics differently, we will be able to change the narrative about politics, but that's a question I was just asking. The other part is politics elections? Because if you listen to all of us, we have focused on elections, but is politics just about elections? What more? Because then that constricts our engagement and interaction in that particular space. I'm happy with what Njeria said about our laws are informed by our experiences. We have electrical injustices that have not been addressed in this country. And because we have tried many other mechanisms, actually Kenya has tried many mechanisms. Let me give an example. How many know Gor Mahia? No Gor Mahia. Who do you relate Gor Mahia with? How many know AFC Leopards? With whom do you associate AFC Leopards? How many know Mavoko Bombers? Who do you associate that with? So what we have done is, even good social spaces where we'll have had beautiful conversations, we have ethnicized those spaces. And so is it possible that we can expand that conversation and say, these laws that we have are informed by experiences, yes, but we have failed all other aspects. The social aspects have failed, the economic aspects have failed, and therefore we have resorted to law. But then we need to ask, what culture do we have around law? Then my last thing will be, what do we do with the middle class? How many middle class go for mandamanos? How many of us go to mandamanos? Are we middle class? Who is not? Okay, who is not a middle class here? Okay. Do you realize, and this I would like us to address, do you realize that the people keeping authoritarianism in power are middle class? We know that. They're the ones who do proposals. They're the ones who remember they have mortgages. They're the ones who remember that their car will be stoned. How do we deal with middle class when we are going to deal with this issue? Thank you.
So that I don't look like a bad moderator, with military precision, I'll give each of you 2 minutes. There are conversations we'll have at lunch. So 2 minutes to just give us your final word and maybe an intervention. Ruth, you can start.
Mike says I have a lot of questions, but I think I only had one. The rest, I believe, were conversations that we need to move forward with. And just for clarification, remember I said I'm a what? I'm an ICJ member. I'm not here on behalf of IBC. So, but what I'll just clarify, based on the information that comes, that I have, is that procurement of election materials is done pursuant to the Public Procurement Act and the Disposal Act, because of 2 minutes in Mepewa. So when that happens, there is sufficient, the aspect of procurement is done within that particular law. So when you ask about Camargo and the Vietnamese, I hear where you're coming from, but just to be clear, I think the former commission actually gave a statement of what that was all about. And the Supreme Court also had an interpretation of the aspect of the Camargo issue, because the Vietnamese and the Camargo are totally different. The aspect of Camargo was the issue of the register, because when they were printing the register, it was him who had the details, because it was a company that was hired to come up with the register. So when they were taking photos at the polling station, that was the name that was coming out. But moving forward, that should not be a thing that we are doing. The IBC will be using its name, not the name of the procuring institution, because then it creates doubt, then mistrust, and then those other things. On the aspect of Kriegler recommendations, the Chebukati team came in January 17, 2017, and they only had how many months to prepare for the election? Almost 7. And they did the best that they did. Now, if we get commissioners now, we will have sufficient time for training, policies, and strategy. And we pray that next week we will be probably getting a favorable decision. Then again, sub judice rule, please forgive me. The other, I think, the aspect of funding, let me clarify. What I'm saying is not that we are not funded. What I'm saying is that we are funded, but not in the manner that would have our own resources that are directly deposited into our account for us to manage within a financial year. So it comes in tranches of quarters, right? So that is the challenge that the EMB of this country usually faces. As we speak, they've rolled out the election budget and some of the things that need to, for purposes of planning for 2027. But it is still a challenge. And when I speak about over legislation, I'm not talking about the salient laws that we have, the aspect of secret voting by secret ballot, etc. I'm talking about legislating aspects of, for example, a polling station has 700. That is a law. But the fact that we have implemented the KIMS in our country, we can actually, verify or identify 1,000 voters in a polling station. But the IBC cannot do that. We cannot expand the 700 to 1,000 because it is in statute. So what we want is a possibility for the commission to be given the leeway, be given a modus in which they can, regulate that by themselves. But then again, maybe it's because of history, and maybe it's because of that. So moving forward, we have made certain proposals for change in the Elections Act for purposes of ensuring that there is efficient and effective delivery of elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. Michael?
So thank you. To those of you who read the Bible or attempt to, somewhere in Corinthians, and I think they say the greatest of all is love. I want to say that the greatest for all this should be hope in this movement. The last thing they should steal from you is hope, because without the hope, we will fear to do whatever we are doing. So for me, the greatest in all this is that we should be hopeful. And yesterday I talked to Tito, and I've been with Tito in the same class for almost a year, and said that my wish is that I am alive when I see change in my country. Because then I don't want to only be in history books, but I should be present when there is a new president in my country, even if it means me. The other one is, yes, Eric, those are very good perceptions on we need to discuss. And the elections, I think, for me, is that it's because the politicians is the highest currency for their next bread. So that's why everyone wants to focus on elections. Yet actually politics is just the distribution of resources. And how do we do that is also the people we put in charge are supposed to do that, but they're not doing that. I agree with you, my brother from WITS. This is a conversation we need to have again after here. If not elections, what else can we have that can distribute resources evenly? And I think that's a conversation that we need to have. At African level, they said this democracy is a Western thing. So they have the African Charter on Democracy, Governance and Elections. But how many people have ratified? There are few that have ratified. The East African Protocol on Good Governance and Elections, it has never seen light of day. And we're talking about, democracy for Africa, democracy for East Africa. This thing, they say it's a Western concept. So we need to have that conversation. These guys will not have it because they have found a currency that pushes them to get our money. Lastly, 4 things. Let's get the army out of politics. In my country, the army has 10 seats in parliament. 10 seats in parliament. We need to get the army out of elections because we have bloody elections. I have documented we have over 400 people who have died because of elections. Like, why would you die because of elections? Number 2, let's continue documenting. Going to court is another way of documenting things people are doing and putting it in public eyes. Lastly, is that let us continue in solidarity in whatever form. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the reflections and the comments. I think they're all welcome. On cross-border collaborations by oppressive regimes, I think this is something very alarming. And of course, a question was asked as to whether the cross-border collaborations by our oppressive regimes has the potential to affect elections. The answer is yes. Yeah. In terms of, we've talked about the laws in the country, and I think the comment about elections being over-legislated, LGIA, the Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa, works very closely with the Electoral Commission, with the judiciary. We actually have trained the judiciary. We develop a judiciary training curriculum. We trained the Supreme Court of Kenya on elections. Elections is an animal that not necessarily someone went to school to learn about. So the judiciary, with their practice, have to understand elections deeply. We take them through electoral laws. We look at electoral disputes. We look at electoral dispute resolution. In the last election, we were able to aid a quasi-judicial body called the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal to decentralize its services across Kenya. Many years ago, before the last election in 2022, there was only one pre-election dispute court in Nairobi, where if you have a pre-election dispute, all political parties across the country would have to travel to Nairobi to look for justice around pre-election disputes. Of course, there's internal political party dispute resolution mechanisms. However, internally, of course, some political parties are unfair to their members, so they run to PPDT. PPDT, in the last election, we were able to support it, of course, through resources from benefactors, to decentralize these services to 8 other regions, which total to 9. That increased access to justice. So when we talk about over-legislation around elections, we are looking at it from a perspective, it's just that perhaps we may not have enough time to unpack in detail the type of things we are seeing that do not necessarily move the country forward. What we are saying is the laws that exist as they are, if we follow the laws, would we have credible elections or not? Can we have answers in this room? Have some of you looked at electoral laws, campaign finance laws, and whatnot, the Elections Act? If we just implemented as it is, would we have credible elections? We would, right? So the challenge is we cannot, and like our executive director from ICJ, Mr. Eric has mentioned, yes, it is important to keep, making sure we expand our legislation based on our experiences. But there are so many other factors that we need to reflect on. We cannot just be running to legislate only without addressing underlying issues. For example, Gen Z's protested. Did you not see a law come up about not suppressing, sorry, trying to control demonstrations? Did you not see a law? Is that really where we want to be as a country, such that if we are unhappy with the level of dissent or your reactions to something, then we create a law to gag you or to control you? You understand? So that in itself is how we are destroying our systems of democratic engagement. The other thing I would like us to talk about is someone mentioned, I think it was Anne Kathurima, that mentioned that Baba is still somehow in cabinet. That is state capture in its full swing. I will tell you, state capture or democracy capture does not necessarily mean that the state is the one oppressing the people. Sometimes the state is captured because you will lose run for elections, you will not field agents, you will say elections were stolen, and then you'll go to the streets, there will be economic sabotage. Before you know it, the government cooperates, they say, okay, we can have a handshake. First, the government usually says, there will be no handshake. No handshake. Is that not true? Before you know it, there's a handshake. When the handshake happens, you see people smiling, and they'll walk around like nothing is happening. Now they look the other way as oppression is happening. Where? In the country. Is that not state capture? It is. It is a form of capture where the opposition has learned a skill that knows how to not win elections. However, you are literally the most important person in the country because you become a life support machine for the regime, right? So we have to reflect on these things deeply. We don't exist in these spaces to depress anyone. We also exist in these spaces to say the truth. Sometimes the truth is not what you want to hear. We have a lot of, wonderful democratic governance statements that we can give. But unless we are trying to look and reflect into the underlying issues and challenges that we are facing, it's like putting lipstick on a pig. Yeah? Because so much is happening underneath. And this is a conversation for East Africa, not just Kenya. So while Kenya has a lot to say in terms of laws, we're reflecting as a bloc. What can we do collaboratively to ensure that even these cross-border collaborations by regimes do not succeed and keep oppressing the people? Lastly, allow me to mention something about the suppression of political processes, the legitimate political processes. I think in terms of the situations we find ourselves in, even the legislators we have in office, the lack of goodwill is something that we must address. Yeah? We put these people in office, a member of parliament, whether you're a senator, women rep, it doesn't matter. You go there, you're supposed to legislate on behalf of the people. Do you know what happens? I will give you an example. When they needed to impeach Gachagua, how fast was it done? How fast? Fast. How many weeks? Maximum 2, right? It was 10 days, right? Do you know the struggle we have had? Ruth is here. She's actually she said she's here in ICJ capacity, so I will look away. She gave me a bad eye. But do you know how many legislations around electoral laws we have tried to push? ICJ is here, they can tell you. And many of you that work around this space. Do you know how frustrating it is? Sometimes we're using donor money, right? They want to see answers. The USAID will tell you, but you have been working on this for the past, you've been pushing and nothing is happening. And I'm glad they have a president called Donald Trump. They're saying Pepe. Yeah? They're saying fire because finally they understand the struggle of authoritarianism. Sometimes when you come to Africa, it's a story. Yeah? Africans, this is not moving, that is not moving. For once, we have American organizations wanting to come to Africa to benchmark on what it means to strengthen civil society. We welcome them. It's delighting to watch because finally they understand. When the shoe is on the other foot, if it pinches, you will feel it. Thank you.
Tito? Again, asante sana David, Tuku, Mburu, and the colleagues. I'm again defeated by the eloquence from my colleagues. But I wanted to give one example to Mzee Eric question that the middle class crisis, how are we tackling it? And I'm also going to pose further question through an example. I remember in high school, we used to raise demands for I would say for the most pet issues. I would say today we understand that you were supposed to use 3 kilos of sugar in the porridge, and we are aware that you only used 1 kilo. So the porridge was not sugar enough. So we want those 2 kilos with an ultimatum of boycotting and protesting. So in some instances, they would never bring the sugar, and then we'll say we are not going to classes. However, that was not a unanimous position. So there would be people who, we used to call them Kisomo, Johnny Kisomo. These people are here to get this division 1 of PCB and be a medical doctor. So we adopted a strategy. We would make sure that once we are protesting, whether it's a march, they are at the forefront. They're in front, and we'll make sure that they're in front. So I don't know how this would work in the contemporary reality where people with money, they would support the regime that enables them to keep earning more money. Can we cancel them? How possible is it in Tanzania to cancel diamond platinums? We have tried to unsubscribe. I remember this other week people were saying celebrities who are babysitting the regime don't like their posts. We're trying to find out how can we do to make sure that they feel like they can't be without us. So it's a question that we can go and reflect further on how to counter this middle class crisis. And all that has been said, I understand that we still have contestation on the approaches, tactics on how to go about. We have got to disagree. And we have got to disagree, and then ultimately we agree. And then all that being said, I'm saying that Aluta, continue.
Wow.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Aluta, victory is certain, right? Thank you so much. Let's appreciate that panel some more. My parting shot will be the opening lines of the book by Chinua Achebe, The Trouble with Nigeria. I'll paraphrase it. The trouble with Africa is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. There is nothing basically wrong with the African character. There is nothing wrong with African land or climate or water or air or anything else. The African problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of personal example, which are the hallmarks of true leadership. Enjoy your lunch. Let's meet at 2:30. Yes.
That QR code and kindly register. A lot of you have registered, but it's not enough. I'd really like us to continue the conversation on democracies on Saturday. So Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And if you come a bit like at around 10:30, there'll be tea and snacks, of course. So you're all welcome. You're all welcome. So please register and join us. I'd prefer that you attend physically because we're expecting you. But for those who won't be available on Saturday, you can also participate virtually. So karibuni nyote. It'll be a very exciting conversation, and be ready to learn. Please be ready to learn. Now that I have your attention, I would like to invite our 2 panelists of the day. We have David Kizito from Transparency International, Uganda chapter. Transparency International is a global movement working in over 100 countries to end the injustice of corruption. Karibu, David. Our second panelist is, I know on the program it's written Diana Gishengo, but we are honored to have her colleague, Alexander Rithi, of the Institute of Social Accountability, well known as TISA, T-I-S-A. TISA is focused on public accountability, livelihood and just economies, communication, innovation, and information management, and institutional development and sustainability. I will be joining them as the discussant of the day, because personally, this is a topic that interests me, and I believe money talks. Money talks, money talks. And Brian, our visuals guy, our music guy, I think after the discussion, you can play for us some music that emphasizes this. So our topic of the day is money, politics, and democracy. How to protect democracy from illicit financing, market forces, and extractivism that captures the state. Brian, could you please cue the slides? So before we have the slides that David ably produced for his discussion, I just want to open with a very interesting question. Are democratic values and market forces generally opposed to each other?
Democratic forces and
market forces and democratic values.
Okay, that's an interesting place to start. Personally, I don't think they are opposed to each other, only that they facilitate each other or should facilitate each other. However, what we see is market forces and money has a way of dictating how democracy should look like or looks like instead of how it should be. Because resources and markets are supposed to facilitate economies and all of us earn a living and trade. However, when they are misused to guide, quote unquote, politics and democracy, that is where we have a challenge. And we may have examples of where in our region here, for anybody to get elected and you don't have proper financial muscle, whether it's in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and the region in general, it becomes very difficult.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that answer. And the question I'd like to ask is, where are our political leaders, the 25,000, for example, in Kenya, where are they getting this money? Because I don't know any business that they have established, and they have millions of dollars to run these campaigns. And perhaps, Kizito, you can answer that question for us.
Good afternoon, comrades. I hope we enjoyed our lunch, because as we come to discuss money, I think food is part of accountability. And if you didn't, it's the best time to raise your voices democratically, and I trust that you'll be heard. I prepared a few visuals, and you know, this being the evening session after food, kind of the energy levels tend to drop. Some of us prefer to call them sugar levels. So what I'd prepared was something similar to democracy under threat. And you know, it's very hard to discuss issues of politics in isolation with money, especially in the current trend of events. Back in the days, politics used to be a service. But now, politics is a full-time employment opportunity. So people no longer go in politics because of serving, but they go there because of the lucrative opportunities they can have. My colleague here was asking, why is it that so many people, comedians, musicians, everyone else is interested in running into our Ugandan politics? And you know, politicians have tainted this image that there is a lot of money in politics and there is a lot of political rewards. So everyone who is failing in their career, they are resorting to, you know, going into politics. And in our country even made it worse, and I'm sure even other countries it's the same, that to join politics you must first retire from your current job. So that means that if I've been a doctor and I've been earning 5 million, the reward vis-a-vis what I'm currently earning is higher and forcing me to join. So it's now you have to draw the line beyond between your career and what happens. And when we come to the first question about democracy and markets, you know, these are two distinctive features, but then the interplay is supposed to be, you know, solid. So when you intend to front the democratic values, of course, you have participation, you have all these issues of accountability, you have everything on one side. Then when it comes to market forces, you know, demand and supply, and it's survival for the fittest. Now, when you come and join the two, I think that's where now we are currently in the mess. That because there is a lot of political demand on this side, but also the fact that even the politicians are now using their power to suppress the other side of the market, the businesses, procurement, supplies, and the rest. Now we find ourselves boxed in the corner that even the market itself is now sitting at the value, at the mercy of the politicians. I'll give, there are so many examples we've seen, I think, even in the region. For example, in Uganda, every time we go into running a campaign, like we are going into our next political phase, every business person who is opposed to the government, come 2026, they'll either be slapped with high tax assessments, or some of them will get out of business. So the trend has been that the market then has to fuse with the current reigning regime. And after 2026, my colleagues here will testify that we had over 18 companies, and some of these are actually billionaires, who now came for rewards through tax exemptions and, you know, tax expenditure from government, because they had actually supported government to run in the 2016 presidential campaigns and all this. Now, this marginalizes the market, and of course the markets lose their independence and integrity, but also it contributes to now the business integrity itself, that now many businesses, especially the small and, you know, medium businesses, find it hard to favorably compete, because then the politicians tend to flow the procurement processes and all these in favor of their few circle of business friends. So the discussion of democratic values and markets, I think it's deeper, and it's a discussion we can always have beyond the site. But also, from our experience, and I think even in other countries across the region, we've seen lots of lobbying activities, where now businesses are lobbying the politicians that actually they took into power to work in their favor. We've seen, for Ugandans, I'll use my example. We've seen Sudil in the early between I think 2011, 2015, we had a school, Shimoni, whose land was given away. And the promise was that they were going to construct, what was it? A playground or something of sort. Later on, they constructed a high-rise building, which is actually private building. Now, this land was given to a private businessman, Sudil. But the initial promise was a playground or something of sort. Later on, it turned out that actually Parliament is spending over 9 billion Uganda shillings per year 9 billion is about 2.7 million US dollars. It's between that per year to rent from a project whose land was donated to the investor. But to make it even worse is that Parliament has a project going on to construct its own premises. But for over so many years now, that project is still stalling. But they are spending money to rent from a private individual whose land was donated. And the same individual was still given more land to construct a conference center. And we were promised shares as government when we were hosting CHOGAM in around 2007. So we never got the return on our share capital. But then coming to NAN, the non-aligned movement, we gave the same individual more money to expand the facility so that we can host the NAM, but still we are not getting return on investment. So when you have such lobbying activities by business personnel with, the politicians that they put into power, you have some compromises because what government offers is taxpayers' money. And all of our countries in East Africa, we are getting to a point where our debt is unsustainable. So when you pay your taxes and the tax is benefiting a private individual, and it's not in your interest, of course now the game of fair play becomes a challenge. But also, you have issues of unfair distribution of income. So you have the super rich getting richer, but then you have the super poor getting poorer. So we come now to the question of Gen Zs. You see, the middle class, the lower middle class, the lower middle class, and then probably I think we have the upper class. But in Uganda, I think we don't have classes. You're either rich or you're poor. Why I say that is that it takes you just one medical condition to land into poverty, you see. So that's how it is. And I'll use Uganda as an example, but it's across the region. Today, if you got an accident, trust me, tomorrow, you'll be on the streets either begging or your people will now have car wash campaigns to make sure that you can survive. Then coming to the question you asked, where are we getting the money? Are these slides moving? Please, my face is not as important as the slides. So where are we getting the money? There is a slide that shows some figures. I think it's the next slide. So at Transparency International, we always run what we call the Corruption Perceptions Index, CPI. It ranks countries according to their perceived levels of corruption. Now, in 2019, then 2021, we made an analysis of the interplay between politics and corruption. And we noted that most of the countries that are democratic tend to have some sanity when it comes to fighting corruption. Unfortunately, Sub-Saharan is the worst performer in the entire globally. When you rank us all together, we perform worst in fighting corruption. It's only one country, Rwanda, that is above both the global average and the Sub-Saharan average, because it scored 57 in this year. Now Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, DRC, South Sudan is even worse, and Somalia, because now we are in the same region. Those are around 11 and 13, they never exceed, out of 100. When we speak of Corruption Perception Index, the rank doesn't matter. Out of 180 countries, that doesn't matter. It's the score, what you get out of 100, because then that determines your performance. So when you look at Sub-Saharan, I'll give you an example of South Sudan. What's happening when it comes to democracy? I think since 2011, South Sudan, you haven't had an election. When it comes to DRC, the continuous wars, the conflicts, and the movement of illicit money, the illicit flows of mineral resources, that affects their democracy, and that's a given. When it comes to Uganda, we haven't had peaceful transfer of power since 1962. That's as fun as it is, but as factual as still it is. Because when we got our first prime minister, then we got into Obote, then Obote was ousted, then we had Amin, and it's been the same. The only peaceful transfer of power we've had is transferring from the same president to the same president. That's how funny it can be. When it comes to Rwanda, of course, Rwanda is affected by issues of secrecy, same as Tanzania. So when you speak of corruption, then democracy, those are some of the major interplays that affect them there. So why I bring this is, we can't separate corruption from democracy. But also the fact that the corrupt use now these illicit finances they get from the system to then fund their political campaigns. When you look at, I think it's the fourth slide, you can skip the next because I've spoken to it already. Where are our African leaders hiding the money? There was an analysis that was done by Transparency, that was 2024-23. And it showed that actually it's a tip of the iceberg, $3.7 billion is hidden by, African somewhere. But most of the individuals named in these illicit funds are actually either African leaders or sons of African leaders. DRC, then the Republic of Congo, then you have some guys in Angola. They loot, either exploit the natural resources, exploit the contracts, and then what happens? They'll spend their money in foreign jurisdictions. That money comes back towards the elections, now to fund your political campaigns. And now, as we speak, the money in Uganda, our last election, we spent about $1.09 billion. And it's worse than Kenya, because you guys were at around 1.8 or more. That's campaign expenditure known to what the government appropriates to the elections. Now, to make it worse, our president spent over a trillion when it comes to presidential campaigns. And these figures, Cheptum will share with your paper, you'll see the figures. But an MP here in Kenya, I think you spend about $150,000 to $200,000 in Kenya to run for, you have governors and things like that. You spend about that. In Uganda, we spend about $111,000 to run for parliamentary elections. Now, $111,000 amongst us, if you wanted to run for, I don't know by show of hands who would afford that money to finance your political campaign. I'm sure none of us. My colleague Michael here will tell you that that's on the average, because we have parliamentary candidates who spend as much as $1 million. One parliamentary candidate. Now you have about 523 members of parliament. You can imagine how much illicit financing you're going to have. But this then comes back into inflation at the end of the political cycle. But beyond that, we've also, I think, allowed certain laws, and I think as you discuss constitutional reforms, this is also very key, that telling a youth to spend about $6,000 to get nomination to run for a political race, that's really insensitive. That's obscene. Exactly, it's obscene, because most of us, you'd want to offer yourself to give a service, to make change. But if that change comes with a price, that means you have to find illegitimate ways, first of all, to finance your expenditure. And once you get there, then you have to get your money back. Recently, we had issues with our members of parliament who were rewarded over, I want to put it in dollars, 100 million Uganda shillings into dollars. That's about $30,000. Just free money to go and, they named it to go and monitor government programs, but yet we already give them a salary to go and monitor the same programs. So where does the money come? The money mainly comes from corruption. It comes from illicit sources. It comes from lobbyists. It comes from corporations. Then it's a little percentage of it that comes from loans and clean sources. But basically, that's where the money comes from. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. And I'd like to recognize a special friend. We have our Chief Justice Emeritus, Willie Mutunga, has walked in. I think perhaps you can just say jambo to the comrades, just say hi. And his message is don't get abducted. Just say something. Oh, he doesn't want to say something? All right. Asante sana CJ Emeritus for coming. And we are talking about money and politics. And I like that David has identified the problem that they're getting money through corruption, through illicit financing, and a very small amount is from taking loans. And my question to Alex is, it's a more solution-oriented question, is how can we curb the use of illicit financing in our political economy as we see it?
Thank you for that good question. I want to paint the picture that our region faces when it comes to illicit financial flows. Currently, as you may be aware, under the Financial Action Task Force listing, Kenya is currently grey listed. Tanzania, DRC, South Sudan, they have been identified to have strategic deficiencies in terms of their laws on anti-money laundering and counterterrorism. Uganda, interestingly, has just they were removed from the grey list recently. They were in the list, but recently they were removed from that list. And then what we've been seeing in the region, even some of the conflicts that are there in the region, we see a situation where, especially Nairobi, is used as a conduit for some of those trades, whether it is minerals coming from DRC or weapons going into Sudan and gold coming out of Sudan to other destinations. This will not happen if we have, one, proper laws, two, political goodwill. The recent case of Sudan that was in all media stations in the region indicates a situation where the political class here provide a mechanism through which illegally there would be trading of some items, gold or whatever it is, ivory and other things. I think not long ago we saw high-valued wood being sold from South Sudan through Uganda and other places, and it's exported. All these are sources of the illicit flows, money flows, that will then be used for politics. Now, one, the FATF listing is one of the good things that we have. But the problem with it is once your country is grey listed, then the people who suffer first are the citizens. Right now for Kenya, we should be very careful when you are traveling, because some of your cards may not be very useful in the near future. You'll have challenges transacting with your cards when you're out of this country. So we get affected directly. On the other hand, my colleague here did talk about issues of debt distress for most of the countries in the region. What we are seeing increasingly is domestic debt is on the rise. The case of Kenya, domestic debt has overtaken external debt. What is interesting is when you look at how we accrue domestic debt in the region, you will find that every other political regime, there are certain entities that benefit from that stock of domestic debt. Here in Kenya, you can do your research and see what happened during the Kibaki regime. There is a certain bank that benefited more than others. Then when he exited, we got the Kenyatta regime. Then another bank benefited from most of the domestic debt stock. Now we're in another regime. The previous bank that was benefiting is not benefiting as much. Now we have another child, another kid on the block. Some of the laws that we have are being used for the benefit of those in authority. You will recall that recently in Kenya we lifted the moratorium for registration of banks. And now you need to ask yourself, who is registering a new bank and for what purpose? It is not you and I. He mentioned something about some entities getting preferential treatment when it comes to taxation. This again is linked to politics, and we've seen that in the region. Right now here in Kenya we have this very interesting affordable housing project. And we know now in the construction industry, when you look at even the way tax policy is being used from last year into this year, it is favoring a certain line to ensure that then the money that we are collecting from affordable housing levy finds its way into some quarters. I got quite interested a few days ago when our president was in Spain, and he was talking about domestic revenue mobilization and how much we have mobilized domestically for housing projects. For anybody who doesn't come from around this region, that would sound very nice and very interesting. And you would wonder what is wrong with Kenyans. Their president seems to be doing really well with domestic revenue mobilization. But if you ask anybody who is within this particular space, they will tell you that our disposable income is getting limited by the day. So my point is, if we don't have a good cure for our democracy and our politics, then some of the laws that we have will not be very useful to us. You saw this week in Kenya, we had an unprecedented passing of a constitutional amendment bill with zero debate. I think this is the first bill I've seen pass in that manner, with zero debate, just because it touches on some money that apparently is managed in some way by the politicians. And we are looking at now at the Senate here to see how things will play. So my view is FATF is a good thing, because the grey listing also ensures that at least you try to improve your laws on anti-money laundering and the flow of illicit finances. Currently in Kenya, we are having a process that the IMF is conducting, a governance and corruption diagnostic. One of the areas they are looking at anti-money laundering and CBK regulations, anti-corruption, rule of law, and so on. These are other good measures that we can make use of to ensure that then we minimize the illicit flows. Because once we provide these avenues that money can easily flow through our countries, then corruption will not end. Because those who are corrupt know for sure, if I embezzle X amount of money, then there is a way in which I'm going to move the money outside the economy.
Thank you so much. And uncharacteristic of other panels, I'd like to open the floor to the audience. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Just if you can push us, I think, to the 5th or probably the 7th slide, just to supplement on what my colleague has said. When you look at that, maybe you can just project that and we go to the audience. You can read as the discussion goes on. But these are standards that we looked into that would promote political financing integrity. And these are based on about 6 parameters. I hope they are very clear there. Unfortunately not, please, the slide. But one, we have transparency. We have issues of clean money. We have issues of level playing fields. I think we've discussed this. Then we have issues of gender equality. The ladies here know how serious that is, especially when it comes to issues of money and gender in politics. Then the other one is the fact that you need state neutrality. And this speaks to, when we come towards political campaign, we don't separate between the president and the candidate. Now what happens is the president uses the state machinery, government resources to campaign, which disadvantages the political candidate. So if we can speak to these standards, I think this is one of the starting points that can determine how far we can go in sanitizing our politics. Thank you.
Tesana, do we have any questions from the floor? I see Michael.
Thank you very much, panelists. I have a question. Of course, it bothers me that we spend a lot of money in that, and I think that's why people go for the elections. But the question to you both, is it possible to remove money from elections? And if it is not possible, is there a threshold? Because every election, it looks like money can never get out of elections. What do we do about that?
Thank you. Actually, very interesting to know about this business. For me, it's a business. And it interpreted why politicians stuck or insist to be in power. And I link this with rule of law. In Sudan, we don't have a law, rules, or govern taking loans from the institutions or from the banks. So every minister take loans, billions and billions. No one will ask him where or how he utilized this money. And it is just transferred to himself, or sometimes it never reached Sudan. It from that bank, and I think even the financial institution, they are corrupted as well. I can say it without any hesitation, because if the money in the name of Republic of Sudan, it has to go to central bank or Minister of Finance, not to other ministers, and they transfer this money to safe havens, Geneva or other places, Malaysia or Turkey, where the people, Sudanese people, they are. So I just wanted to how we can have a legal framework to rule or to limit this continuous corruption. Thank you.
Let me attempt to respond to the questions. The first question, whether we can remove money from politics. My response to that is it would be practically difficult to remove money entirely from politics. Because anybody who is campaigning, of course, you will need your ordinary fuel, an office to run, and other utilities. However, what we've seen in mature democracies, we have laws that limit how much you could spend on a particular level of election. I think in Kenya we did try to do that, but now enforcing and ensuring that we can track every other amount, that is where the challenge is. In other mature democracies, we also have regulations on how much you can get as sponsorship from one particular source. I think in our part of the region, we don't have that. So that then leaves room for those who have the money to even bankroll a candidate. And then what that tells you is that after this person gets into power, they will basically do whatever it is the person who bankrolled them is saying. I think there's a saying that he who pays the piper calls the tunes. So that is what we have in this part of the region. As far as my colleague will add something, as far as what our colleague from Sudan has said, the lack of laws that determine how loans are contracted and how that money comes into the country, that is a very huge gap that you have in your respective jurisdiction. In some other countries in the region, Kenya being a good example, we have laws that determine, our PFM Act determines how do you acquire debt, and debt is supposed to do what. And once you acquire debt, it's supposed, first of all, to hit the consolidated fund at the central bank. Then after that, then you have budgeting being done. But be that as it may, we have a good law, the PFM Act. Several countries in the region have come to Kenya to benchmark. But then we have a problem. Once you have done that very elaborate process, then when it comes to now the expenditure point, that is where now we have what we are seeing developing, we are calling it rentier capitalism, where now you have private sector, in quote, being used to move money from government to individual hands. That is another area that we need to legislate and ensure that those who come into power, then we don't have what is described in the morning as state capture.
I think starting from where you started, especially when it comes to politicians and access to finances, they are financial intelligence units, though they have been highly politicized in some of our countries, but it's normally the role of some of these financial intelligence units to work with financial institutions, trade flag some of these financial transactions, and of course red flag incidences of illicit financing. So that includes money laundering, issues of terrorism financing, and the rest. However, maybe the question for Sudan is, one, how strong is your financial intelligence unit? Then two, I think he has elaborately spoken to it, how strong are your frameworks on public investment management? So that includes public financing, contracting of loans, utilization of loans, because we used to have the same problem that would contract a loan before even having a plan on what we are going to use that money for. So you want to construct a road, but you borrow money without even having feasibility studies, compensations. So by the time you start implementing a project, you've spent about 5 years paying interest on the loan. You get it? So now we have reviewed our laws to make sure that before a politician gets this loan, though it's not the role of politicians actually, but some of the loans are being politically driven. So before we get this loan, at least we have the entire project management approvals in place. Then when it comes to, it's a funny question, how do we get money out of politics? One, most of our politicians, we have never thought of having tax clearances for politicians. So someone comes with a fleet of cars, they own properties, but you don't know where these properties came from. Now, when you offer yourself as a sacrificial lamb, this should be the opportunity to know how much you have amassed this wealth. So through tax clearances, you're very able to trace illicit financing and illicit money. Because what happens is illicit money never has a trail. When you get corrupt money, you don't have a trail of how it has been cleaned, unless you take it through a system of maybe real estate and that. But so many politicians come with unexplained wealth that if we were to offer tax clearances, we'll be able to track. But also the fact that we haven't thought about the issues of the legitimate campaign financing. For example, like I said, if I want to stand for parliament, why should I pay 3 million? Yet I'm a taxpayer who always pays money to my government. So I should actually offer my candidature, and that should be the starting point. Let's make politics less expensive, so that if my investment is minimal, I'll still expect a minimum reward. But if the investment is high, of course the reward will definitely be high. So if we can have a discussion on how we limit finances at entry, maybe we can then have another discussion on how we limit bankrolling at the other end. Then the other issue is in terms of political accountability. You know, political parties are supposed to tell us how they have used their funds, how much you received, how much you utilized, and how did you utilize that money. But you realize that most of our politicians will spend money on bribing voters, buying soap and that. And by the way, we haven't had stringent laws on donations during campaigns. That's another area to look at. People will promise ambulances, people will promise mattresses and things like that, and we never question that. So that should be part of the discussion, that during campaigns, politicians are not supposed to, offer some of these promises, because that's part of now political expenditure. Then the other one is, of course, the entire transparency around campaign financing. The source should be very clear. Where are you getting the money? What's the purpose? So that then we are able to track conflict of interest. I'll give you the example of the US. Musk is doing what he's doing, but also is receiving the backlash because at least there was an element of transparency. So you know that this billionaire is being favored because he paid about $200 million to finance the president. So whatever he does, at least the public now knows. And then you're able to hold him to account. And I think people were trying to avoid the Teslas, SpaceX, and the rest because you know. Now, if we can't have that transparency here, that means these billionaires will always go scot-free and won't be able to know what happens behind the scenes. I think the other one, he has talked about it, reviewing limits on expenditure. That's very, very critical. I don't see a reason why a member of parliament should spend $111,000 in a campaign. What are you buying? What's your incentive? Why is it that a political race is a do or die, that you're willing to spend even up to your last penny to get through? You get it? We should have those legitimate expenditures that then we can limit our campaign financing to. I think the last one, I've talked about it, reviewing of the financial requirements, including tax audits for our political candidates and the political parties. I think that will go a long way in ensuring that, we sanitize the politics. I think I'll first end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. And I have a question before my brother Jacob takes over. I like that you brought up the issue of billionaires and you brought up the example of Elon Musk. And Elon Musk not only contributed financially to that campaign, he also used his media platform to promote that campaign. And I'd like to bring it closer back home, that for every senior politician, the first thing you acquire is a media platform. So for our context here in Kenya, the Standard and the Nation are owned by very influential political families, very, very influential. And my question is about the billionaires, and there are billionaires from all over the world. How can we hold these billionaires accountable, because they have financed our politicians and they're not in any position they're not our elected leaders, but they're the ones who call the shots. Because in this broad-based government that we have right now, there are very suspicious fellows who are known to do suspicious business and have been put into cabinet. And the reason they are put into that cabinet is because of the dollars, the money that they've brought. So how can we hold them accountable, the billionaires themselves? I think, Thuku, you can give Jacob the...
I have Hello? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. This is Jacob Emoid. One of the panelists, I think, mentioned something to do with our domestic debt. And my question is on the general public debt, actually. And this question I think I've asked in some other forum, but I didn't get a very conclusive response. The President Mwai Kibaki in 10 years left us a debt of 1.2 trillion Kenyan shillings. And President Uhuru Kenyatta comes in, and in 10 years, he pushes that number to about 8.5 trillion Kenyan shillings. And President Ruto, in just 3 years, has pushed that figure to about 11.3 or 11.5 trillion Kenyan shillings. Now, if in every fiscal year we allocate about 70% of our revenue collection to service debt, like in every 100 shillings we collect, 70 shillings goes to debt repayment. I'm wondering, why is this figure not really reducing? Are we actually paying an actual debt as a country, or we are simply complicit in financing the corrupt? We are accusing our politicians of, being guilty of. Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. The Kenyan public debt currently starts at around 11.4 trillion, 11.36 to be exact, of which over 6 trillion is domestic debt, and then 5 point something is external debt. When you look at our debt repayment for this fiscal year that we've just started, we are going to be spending around 1.3 trillion to pay our fiscal our debt. However, in the same budget, we have a fiscal deficit of around 923 billion Kenya shillings. In my view, our ordinary revenue, what we are going to collect from taxes, is overestimated by around 250 billion. So for me, I would add the 923 billion to the 250 billion. That will take us to around almost 1.25 trillion. So essentially, by the close of the year, we will not have paid anything, because when you look at the 1.3 minus what we will accrue in this year, it cancels out. And there are instances where then actually that is just on the global figures that we have. But in the meantime, we are still acquiring other concessional debts that are project related. We are also continuously every other week acquiring additional domestic debt through T-bills and treasury bonds. So essentially, that number is not coming down. Instead of the number coming down, every other year we are increasing that number. That is why the number keeps on growing. The bigger challenge, and this affects most of the countries in the region, is when now this debt comes in and it is spent on areas where then it leaks out through corruption. So it means you are paying debts on money that the citizens will never accrue any interest on them. Then we have the other problem that was highlighted the other day by the Auditor General, and I think Kenya is even better than other countries in the region due to the levels of transparency in that area. Where we have acquired debt, I think we are in a similar problem like what Uganda used to be in, where you have acquired debt, you're not utilizing that money as fast as you should, then you end up paying interests on monies that never gave the citizens anything to accrue. And what our government has tried to do, we have the Public Investment Management Regulations of 2022 that are trying to streamline the whole process of how projects find themselves into the budget. However, we still have another bigger problem. I don't know whether this is the same case in Uganda and other countries in the region, where we spend a whole 10 months preparing the national budget, where all of us get to participate in the civil society, citizens, we riot, we do all these things, we do submissions. I'm one of those people who go to the Finance and Planning Committee to make submissions. But then all that goes to waste. Where now, when we start implementing, then the government produces what is called a supplementary budget, which has zero or little to zero public participation. During now the supplementary budget process, which happens in the region, you'll find that we will have introduction of new policies, new projects, and things of that nature. So then the question you're asking tells you that the numbers that we are looking at now and what we will close with at the end of the financial year are totally different. That is why now our debt stock in this region will continue increasing, and unfortunately the citizens are not getting value for those debts. And in this country, we have the whole issue of odious debt and debts that were acquired, and we have I think you can read there's a publication called The Debt Treadmill in Kenya. You will get very interesting stories there of projects where we acquired debt with one of our partners. I don't want to mention names, and then money was lost, the project never happened, then we went back to the same partner and we were given new money for the same project. And it's quite a murky area. Thank you.
David, you can answer the question I had on the billionaires.
How can we have legal frameworks to limit political corruption, and how do we avoid billionaires, large money in politics? I think the starting point is where we had ended the discussion in limiting finance expenditure. Because then what happens is, why would you want 100 million shillings when your actual expenditure is going to be 10 million? You know, you already have that advantage. But also, I think increasingly, when it comes to now the other discussion of state capture, increasingly we see that oligarchs, the super rich, are highly having interest in political affairs. They don't want to run into politics, but they run the politics. So you find a shadow moving a body, someone on the side trying to influence things. Now, without safeguards like financing limits, safeguards like limiting lobbying activities, because we have lobbyists, even in Uganda and everywhere. Michael here will come with a very nice project and is connected to a super rich, and he's like, this is how you're going to benefit. So if we can't have laws to lobby, to limit lobbying activities, that also becomes a problem. But also the fact that we need laws on fair play. The issues of ownership of media and media time. I think we had, was it a lawsuit against UBC at some point, the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. They were giving more time to the current incumbent politicians during a campaign period, and it was disadvantaging the opposition candidates. So we said there should be fair play, even if it's my station, but I'm in a political race, I should allocate that time almost equally so that everyone is fairly represented. And if we have such laws, of course we shall promote fair competition. But without these laws, everyone acts as they wish. And I think for us, that's how far we can go. But also strengthening these financial intelligence units across the board to ensure that you know the sharing of intelligence, how much is coming in, what is it for, and how is it influencing the process. That should be very clear. Currently in Africa, I think it's very few countries that would have tried it, but it's not working. The only time FIA comes for you in Uganda is when you're either very anti-government, and I think we saw it during the suppression of Chapter 4, when they label us that we are financing subversive activities. So that's when you get issues. But otherwise, it's currently not targeting illegitimate financing. I think I may end it at that.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? They must have done a good job.
The question on public debt. world over, I think no country has ever been able to clear its debt. And if you look at all the states, even the US, it's actually shooting. If you go to Twitter and you see the current post that Musk showed, there's actually a spike in their debt. That at some point the curve was flat, then during the time of the current guy, it just shot extremely up. And in Africa, it was actually a big problem until we had the HIPC, highly indebted and poor countries, that we had to be forgiven our public debt. And if you analyze the pattern currently, I think most of the African countries are going towards that. Your government will fear to say that its debt unsustainability is high. It will fear to say that, but it's actually happening. Most of us have exceeded the debt to GDP ratio, but we have also exceeded the ratio where you shouldn't exceed the 50% mark. Now, most governments borrow expecting to either have a project that will offset. For example, in our country, we have the oil industry that we are promoting. So if you look at the pattern between 2011 and currently, our debt has been increasing because we thought the oil will offset that. But we expected first oil in 2018, it never came. We expected it around 2021, it didn't come. We were expecting it in 2025, it is not coming, and we think it will come in 2026. But the oil game is changing. So probably by the time we get the oil, maybe the prices it won't be, an in-demand commodity for a long time. Now you have those challenges with your public debt, but also you have the challenge of politics around debt, that you get money to finance a political project, but then the political project doesn't play out. We have projects like the parish development model, the wealth creation and social protection project, where you think you'll borrow money, spend in the people, then the people become rich, but unfortunately those people continue to be poor. You give someone money to start up a business, they use it in alcohol and paying school fees. So come next year, the person is not paying money, yet it's a revolving fund. So you're not getting the return on investment, but you're also not getting the actual intention of the loan. But also the fact that when it comes now to fiscal discipline, most of our governments are now becoming highly indisciplined. That when you look at most of our budgets, Ugandans call it white ants. So when you see a sack of white ants, but actually it's the feathers, not the ants themselves, that means you're being duped. So it's a budget that is extremely high, but the actual services and the actual amount that's going to be allocated to services within that budget is extremely low. For example, our 72 trillion budget in Uganda, trillion Ugandan shillings, our actual expenditure is about 40 trillion. So the 32 trillion is feathers of the white ants. You get that? But why some of these governments raise that amount is to get what you call the supplementary expenditure. For us, it's about 3%. So the higher the budget, the higher the 3%. So you come back and you can claim for that. Now, the supplementary expenditure doesn't have much conditions currently. Yet there were strict conditions to fund emergencies and things like that. But now you have a supplementary funding tours and things like that. Funding, of course, the members of parliament, monitoring of government programs, and that's how bad it is. So when it comes to political financing, when it comes to political integrity, when it comes to public financing, I think our eyes must always be open and sharp.
I think in the region we are birds of a feather, because when you listen to what is happening here in Kenya and what is happening in Uganda, it's all the same. But finally, I just wanted to bring to the attention of all in this room. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the process that is going on in Spain currently. We have a big UN conference called Financing for Development, where most of us have gone there, and we were arguing on cancellation of some of these debts. But unfortunately, the civil society has not been given any place in that conference. And what we are doing now, we are on the streets, and we are demanding to be given space in that conference. We had been told that civil society organization would be given between 4 and 8 minutes, but that was removed. So whatever resolutions that are going to come out of Sevilla will not have the input of civil society unless we make noise on the issues of debt. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Jacob, Jacob, I think...
Okay. Sorry to take you back to the same issue. If you can allow me just...
1 minute.
All right, thank you. I wanted to take you back to the same issue of debt because I think our parliament at some point put a debt ceiling of about 10 trillion, that it should not exceed 10 trillion. But that one was amended and was replaced with some system, I think it's called a debt anchor system, that our debt should not exceed about 55% of our GDP. So I just wanted to know what was the rationale behind that. And yeah.
Maybe I can respond to that very fast. Initially, when the PFM Act in Kenya was enacted, we had a debt anchor of 55% of GDP. But then our economy at that point was not growing as much, and the debt that we had seemed to exceed 55% of GDP. So the wisdom of our parliament then was, let us have a nominal number, and they moved to 10 trillion. Then our economy started growing, and we found that we are going into the 10 trillion. When we were just about to hit the 10 trillion, or I suppose we had hit, then there was a reversing, and we went back to the debt anchor. However, right now the debt anchor is 55% of GDP, but the actual debt is 65.8% of GDP and growing. Now, what is happening within Parliament is we've been told that up to November of next year, we should not ask questions. We should be okay at that level until when we get into 2026 December. That is when our country should have come to the 55% debt anchor. But if you look at the numbers in the medium-term debt strategy paper, it indicates that the only time we are likely to come anywhere near 55% of GDP is around 2034. And that assumes that we are not going to acquire new debt. So I think we have our work cut out as civil society.
Thank you. And also on that note, to the civil society actors present, is the issue of money, financing is a very highly technical issue, just like the law, because the law it's cultish, as mentioned yesterday, that there are very many rules, regulations, a lot of jargon when it comes to the issues of law and also the issues in this discussion of money. So it's a call to action to our partners in civil society to simplify these conversations for the people so that they can better engage on the topic. Because in my perspective, the June 25th protests last year were an issue because of the high public debt. And that debt and the government was not serving the people. And you know, when it comes to tax, when it's tax o'clock, 2 days ago, we had to file our taxes as Kenyans. They'll be there knocking on your door, and if you fail to file your taxes, you'll be penalized. You'll be penalized. And the issues of money talks, as mentioned earlier. Money really talks. And is democracy just for the rich? Is the people in we the people a rich Kenyan? How can democracy work for the poor Kenyan? And I believe many of us are poor Kenyans because we're one disease away from poverty, as mentioned earlier. How can the people in these democratic spaces be heard? Because in the media, how will we create spaces for us in the media, in such forums here? Because such a forum requires money to bring us all together to have these conversations. How will we have the young people participate in elections and they don't have any money? When will their voice be heard? So as a parting shot, I'd just like to bring that into your attention, that how can we make democracy not just for the rich, but for everybody? Asanteni sana. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. I believe we can end there. For my panelists, we can just stand in front and take a group photo. Very much. Today we end exactly at 4 o'clock, and I would just like to bring to your attention again, we'll be having a public lecture. So you can scan that QR code to register. And if you're Mkongwe, you can come to me and register directly. So you're all welcome. It's free and everybody can participate. I think we'll have a few words from our partner ICJ Kenya to close this meeting. Asante.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. How are we feeling? Great. I just want to tell you that I've been in some conversation about an hour ago with some people who don't belong to this country, who are encouraged that there's still some courage among us. Despite the challenges that we are faced with, we are likely speaking a language that needs to look at 2027 and beyond in a better way, but particularly look at Tanzania in October differently, and maybe Uganda as well. The community I come from believe that elders are very important people. That is why some of us have decided that white hair is a silver lining, and we keep it. Although I also want to admit that a few young girls have spoken to me and told me you look nice. And so I'm encouraged from all angles, gender dynamics notwithstanding. So we are honored today by the conversations we've had since morning, the kind of honesty that we've received. That feedback is important. I think it gives us an opportunity to continue reflecting of what kind of Africa we need. And changes usually are not brought about by masses, but by few people who believe in something. There's somebody who said that if you have no reason to die, you must have a reason to live. And so based on that, I would like to recognize the presence of Chief Justice Emeritus Willie Mutunga. We are really honored that he's in the house. And with that, I would like to invite you to give us a few words of wisdom so that we can know that the journey that we begin has been tested. And while the future may be unclear, we are sure that we still hold the courage when we look at you. Thank you. Just come, please. Thank you. I'm sorry. My apologies. Thank you.
So I haven't been here, so it's very difficult for me really to have words of wisdom. It's very, very, very difficult. The only thing I can say is, in the case of Kenya, we are spending a lot of time talking about the state of the nation. And the state of the nation is not linked to the state of the planet. And I think that's something we should, start addressing. And is anchored on one joke, since you are discussing debts and so forth, one joke I had in Guatemala of a Mexican government calling a press conference. The president was addressing his citizens on the state of the nation. And so he very quickly told them that he had good news and bad news. And the good news was that all their debts were forgiven, all of them. And the bad news was that they had 36 hours to leave the country because it wasn't theirs. So the connection, as I was saying, between what is happening in the planet and what is happening, we linked. We are definitely linked. And I think those linkages are important that we really, maybe you have discussed them, I don't know. But I think they are very, 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 very important, links to discuss, because a lot of the root causes of our problems lie, outside. And to emphasize that point, I also wanted to tell a joke about Uganda, because there is a Ugandan guy who formed a political party whose objective was to get the British back, because the natives hadn't done anything. And so he ended up getting 2 votes. So he went to his good wife and he said, "How did this happen? I thought this was a novel idea." And the wife said, "You're an idiot. The British never left." Thank you very much.